with all that said, we are going to pick up where we left off in Project Zomboid. For those who missed, I think it was 2 streams ago, we did take death on our other character, Ling. The long story short of that death was I had gone and we were dealing with a helicopter event. No big deal. Went smoothly, no big problems. Got back home, discovered zombies because of all like the finagling and moving around of the zombies. We had a couple of zombies in our actual house, like in like, I call it a house, in our lean and our handful of crops and all that. And I was like, okay, there's only 2 or 3 zombies. Yes, we're super tired. Yes, we're super exhausted. Let's deal with them really quick, sneak off asleep real fast, and then try and reevaluate and clean up our situation now. It's already super dark, and the zombies have moved around in a way I hadn't anticipated. It's fine. And unfortunately I ran into the situation where I really couldn't see what was going on. We just had our helicopter, right? Yeah, so we don't need to worry about the helicopter. We really couldn't see the zombies, and I could hear one nearby, and I was like looking around frantically, couldn't find it. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing? I couldn't possibly know what we were playing. Obviously, we were playing, Farming Sim just a minute ago with Suey and all that thing. Did you build it? Yeah, this one's base. Don't mind me, I'm petting my sheep. I wasn't paying attention to the weather at all. It's fine, we know the helicopter's not eligible. Okay, so well-fed and thirsty, so they aren't complaining about food. So we got our sheep, and the hope is that we will have more baby sheeps, and they will be adorable, and then Mom will have milk, and we will make butter, and we will... how do you get the sheep over there? I drug them here using a rope. I took the rope, I put it in my hands, and I said, hey, sheep, get your butt over here. And then the sheep definitely cooperated without any frustration. They definitely didn't get scared by zombies and make me slower than the zombies and make themselves a colossal pain in the butt. It was fine. It was fine. The point is, it is something that will let me solve... there wasn't eat, but there was kill. Oh yeah, no, that's all good, Suey. I honestly don't think it's a bad thing. I think doing the half stream, like doing more half streams, is probably better than fewer full streams. Like splitting the difference, especially while Project Zomboid's real hot. It was east? Yeah, no, I gotcha. But yeah, so I am trying to get more sheep because I want all the things. But yeah, no, I had fun. I also think that was like a really good stopping point, because the next thing I was going to suggest after those contracts would have been to start setting up our own field, like to buy land and get that process going. And I feel like that's those processes that can only go so fast. And so, rather than opening that up and kind of committing to a number more hours right now, that means we can stop at a reasonable time. Because Farming Sim is another game that you can just suddenly lose an afternoon. Alright. And I do not mess with zombies near fences. I feel like my character's slowed. Oh, we're slightly overburdened. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, put that flashlight in your bag. Don't do that. Yeah, beep beep, I'm a sheep. Bam bam, I'm a ram. When my niece was really young, we're talking like 2, 3, 4 years old, we were joking with my younger brother about you know, showing that song to my niece. And he was like, because at first we're like, beep, beep, I'm a sheep. And he's like, what are you talking about? Why is my capacity 6? Because I'm doing 0 to hero, and my strength started at 0. We're at 1 now, but I'm also really, really hungry. And because we're really hungry, I am taking a penalty of 1 for my carry weight. So I should actually have 7 carry weight, but because we're hungry, I'm not getting my full value. Because I do sweaty try hard settings. Why not eat? I have a caterpillar. I probably will eat that, to be honest. But yeah, now that's actually what I'm doing out here, is I'm looking for food. Combination of trying to clean up some of these zombies and then look for food. And for the record, I'm not at all stressed or worried about hunger at all. Like, until I see starve, because, like, literally, that's food right there. Did they nerf the damage on the pan? I mean, I know we're encumbered. I mean, I guess I haven't used a griddle pan as a weapon in a very long time. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go get ourselves some spicy berries. They were right over here. Oh yeah, time to eat some spicy berries. Are these ones poisonous? We're about to find out. And wait for it. Haven't made me sick yet. That doesn't mean they're not poisonous. Alright, so let's rest up. Get our fatigue recovered before we go into high exertion. We'll see if we get a little bit nauseous from our who knows if there are any good berries. That's actually looking pretty promising that those might not have been poisonous. You know, that seems like a not poisonous berry. Yep, those berries are fine. They could have been poisonous, by the way. The thing is, if you don't take weak stomach, you can actually juggle the poison and make it work. You'll still gradually lose hunger. You can't stave off starvation from hunger by eating poison berries. But you can really slow down the rate it takes you out. If they were poisonous, my character would be, like, super sick by now. Would you? Ma'am? I don't know where you were going, but I was right there the whole time. Mushrooms kill you, though? Oh, yeah, no, don't play the gamble with the mushrooms. Like, literally, if I'm low on health and starving to death, I probably will still not eat a mushroom. Because if you get it wrong, it's just over. And then by the time your hunger is low enough that you're right about to die, a mushroom ain't gonna save you. So it does look like we ended up getting a bunch of zombies drug over here, which I'm not a fan of. Because it means it's going to take me a long time to get back to the sheep, but that's fine. We are playing in max population, so we just gotta deal. That muscle strain really hurting us. I'd really hoped to stack him real fast. Why is my torso in pain? Okay. Because they're removing pinpoint hearing is a huge difference. Yeah, I think so. I like what they were trying to go for. So what Product Zomboid was trying to go for, as best I could tell, with the pinpoint hearing and the randomized hearing, the randomized sight, and the randomized walking, is so the zombies weren't completely controllable like we have right now when you don't have those. But the issue in my mind is the variance between pinpoint and normal hearing is so extreme. Did they update the test version? No, I went into my game settings when I died the last time, and when I made the new game, I got rid of, like, the huge disparity. Like, I think what it should be is that they go into, like, your normal hearing, and instead of it being, like, this is the exact range of normal hearing, make normal hearing have a very narrow range that isn't just one number. Go to pinpoint, have it have a range that isn't just one number, and then have, like, the hard of hearing or whatever is deaf. That is a range that isn't just one number. So it's just, you know, generally close, medium, far kind of thing. But it is right now because they are kind of, like, almost exactly at a certain distance. The pinpoint being just way too far of a hearing distance, really. That it is pretty bad. So when we died the last time, it did ultimately get rid of it because it's just like so many of the ways you play the game are effectively just broken by the zombie walk speed. And in a lot of the ways, it doesn't make the game harder. The really slow zombies are really tedious. Like, because I would hit this zombie, I'd aggro this group because of the pinpoint hearing, I'd get a bunch of them, not all of them. And it'd be the slowest moving zombies. And I couldn't kind of really push forward to them because early games, you know, muscle strength limitations and all that. I can't take on that many zombies without risking getting overexerted and all that. And so I just kind of have to stand there and wait for them to finally get to me. And it was just, it felt like there's a lot of the game just sitting there waiting for the slow walkers to get to me. And then you add on top of that, because of how slow the zombies were, it took the helicopter from being legitimately like, oh man, it's helicopter time, let's go. It was kind of just like, oh, it's just the helicopter, who cares? Like, as long as I'm not in some, like, narrow alley or something like that, or in the middle of the night, you know, the helicopter's just not a big deal. Because it was just, the helicopter was just so slow, it just kind of didn't matter. The zombies were so slow, I should say. Because the handful of fast ones would keep right on you, and the other slow ones, you could practically run into them as long as you didn't run straight into them, and you just work around it. So it did get rid of the randomization, which, it's, again, like, mixed feelings. I feel like the sweet spot is just to not have it be so extreme, to have it have a narrower range of randomization. Like, still keep pinpoint hearing as an option, still keep normal as an option, but, like, just have those become a narrow range within themselves. Enough that when I pull a group like this, I can't reliably grab two, like, very formulaically. That one in the background might have slightly farther hearing, so you get the idea. You'd still be able to do some rallying of the zombies and all that, but like, right now, with the slow zombies, they just really break, like, Pied Pipering the zombies away entirely, which takes entire strategies out of the game. And that can be fine if the strategies are just, like, super overpowered or something like that. But the problem is, with them not having many strategies to deal with the zombies as is, it did have the kind of side effect of you got forced to just play the game with less variety. That was pretty bold of me to run up like that. I'm really fortunate I did not get punished there. Because walking that aggressive is definitely not the right move. Yep, not playing with mushrooms. Just not even doing it. There's some things you gamble with in the game, and mushrooms aren't it. As much as I want to keep pushing that way, I think we gotta focus on continuing to forage the fields a little bit. Oh, I know, you're in pain. I'm sorry. I'm not. It is what it is, man. Alright, so we're gonna have work cut out for us, because I gotta deal with these zombies near the house. They gotta go. We got dinner. The sheep coming yelling too? From my understanding, there's like a familiarity stat, like a hidden stat or whatever. Maybe it's not hidden, and I just failed to notice it. That's actually very likely as well. And it's when an animal is familiar enough with you, it will come to being yelled at. If it's not, and you yell at it, it'll run off. You're watching your friend drive around in his car, hitting them and eating them later. I've heard both people, one, amused and excited about hitting the rabbits and getting a lot of food at once. I've heard some who are like, oh my god. It's like, I even hit the baby rabbits. Like, yeah, it's pretty sad, man. It's pretty messed up. Why would you hit all those rabbits with your car? You used them, right? You ate them, right? You shouldn't waste them. Those rabbits did die for it, after all. It's sad, but you guys hungry? I mean, that one, the rabbit just ran by. I'm like, hey, man, I got a hunger, and you're made out of meat. We can figure this out. Need a knife. Wait. 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 Do we still have power? We do. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I forgot I still got power. Does the fireplace work? Yep, that's what we're gonna cook on. Yeah, so I guess instead of killing that rabbit, I could just eat a creamsicle. And we'll let the peas thaw. And we're gonna go ahead and cook our bag of chicken nuggets. Yeah, power's still on. Today might be the last day for power, because I think it's 14 days in. So it's weird, with the settings it says like 0 to 30, but that also specifically mentions 14. We are on day 11, so actually we're not at the point where it's like guaranteed power off, but we're getting pretty close. The last one we had our power off earlier than this. Can you imagine being strung out and worn out from zombies and finding some chicken nuggets? That'd be the best ever. That was, the argument we used to make back in the day was, it used to be that melted ice cream made your character sad. Whereas, you know, frozen ice cream made your character happy. And my counter argument was always, hey man, you're out here, you're eating roaches and grasshoppers and cooking rat and everything else. You know it's going to make you absolutely freaking ecstatic? What's effectively just syrup. Because that's what melted ice cream is going to be. It's going to be pretty much just syrup. You're going to get a mouthful of, like, strawberry sugar, and it's going to be wonderful by comparison to everything else you've been eating to survive. Because, like, low-key, honestly, melted ice cream, pretty good. Do I prefer my ice cream to be ice cream? Yes. Am I going to be upset if I just get a bowl of melted ice cream and that's what I'm expected to eat for a meal? I'm not going to lie, for me with my lack of sweet tooth, not going to be the happiest camper with that. But, all things considered, if we're at a point that I'm eating out of desperation trying to avoid starving to death, you know, because things are hard, I'm going to be pretty jazzed to get myself a bowl of sugar. I'm going to try and make that sugar last. When eating cockroaches, you think melted ice cream would be fine. Well, that's the thing. Like, you set your expectations. When your expectations have been hammered low enough and something can exceed it by that much, I'll take a carrot. Well, the downside is we still have pretty bad muscle strain, so this wasn't the smartest move. What's my pain at? It's still at pain. Severe pain, we get an attack speed penalty. Kill it. Kill it. Ah, it lived. I was hoping to get, like, lucky and just knock it down right at the beginning. Don't do that, lady. That's what I was hoping, is to get that one separated out and just finish it off. That one wearing all black should be pretty close to dead. Alright, we're at severe muscle strain. That's the reason that attack went super slow. Oh, come on. That was all set up too. I thought for a moment I had goofed there. Trying to focus the pen on the one wearing all black. I know better than try and go for that hit. Oh, come on. I'm glad he tried to flank, because he's going through that. Which gave me time to line that up. Alright, so that muscle strain, that's actually the first time in a while it's been pretty bad. Okay. Leave the god zombie alone, he's living his best life. Hey, you can live his best life. He's gotta listen to consent about those bitey hugs though. I keep telling him I'm not comfortable with it, and he keeps trying anyways. And that's just not okay. Eat that carrot. Just a nibble? No. It's not how it works. Alright, so we did find some carrot seeds and all that. We do have our peas. Those will be fine. We do have 2 chicken nuggets. Yeah, now we're at high exertion. That's fine. It's getting pretty close to time. It's gonna get dark. But yeah, so we're kind of living out in the wilderness a little bit. That is because I am playing at maximum zombie pops. So at least early game, we are going to be struggling. Just to kind of hold our footing. Because over time, the zombies will get spread out. There'll be, like, meta events, the helicopter, yada, yada, yada. And all those things do contribute to, like, getting the zombies just move around a little bit. And that will become a problem. Eventually, we'll start actually clearing the zombies from the area. We do know on the other side of this lake is a cultist compound. It's actually where we set up our base 2 runs ago. That went relatively well. But, you know, we did die. Yeah, so we did have a cult, like, right up here. It's like, I think on the map it's marked, like, Neil's Farm or whatever. But we went there and we got, like, the key that was, like, cultist key, and I'm like, excuse me, the what key? What did we just find? No. Yeah, we could probably take the painkillers. I'm gonna save those painkillers in case we run into a situation where we need to sleep and we're still in pain. Alright, so we are gonna carve the sticks into spears. Because I want to get the carving skill up. I actually don't want the spears. Spears are one of my least favorite types of weapon. I do hear, like, the early spears are just hot garbage. But I do hear in this version of the game, the spears you get later are actually relatively alright. It's just kind of one of those things you gotta get to that point first. Too bad you can't put spears around your house or dig pits with them? No, so for the record, the devs in Project Zomboid have kind of expressed that they don't want this game to be, you know, like 7 Days to Die, where you just put up all your traps and you just ride out the horde. They do want a lot of it to be like you pursuing the zombies. Not that they're against the idea of potentially things happening that could put you in danger at home and all that. I mean, we have med events and helicopter and all that. But possibly other things along those rounds. There's been times they've expressed some interest in that. Now, that said, there's a difference between expressed interest and actually action. But, as far as the building in the impenetrable fortress kind of thing, that's just not the type of game they want this to be. Like, they want the game to be a lot more, like, hey, we're saying, like, I want to save these for too much pain. That'd be today, apparently. But they have expressed that they do want this to be the kind of game where, you know, you're just trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. It's kind of a doomed situation, that kind of thing. Not the rebuilding of society from scratch and yada yada. Why do I keep waking up so early? And thanks, Platonic Hugs. That's 80 streams you've caught, and I really do appreciate that you caught that many streams in a row without missing it. It means a whole heck of a lot that you keep tuning in consistently again and again and again, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you have been enjoying the streams and all that, and I really do appreciate it. Let's see, yeah, it makes sense, but you think simple ones like tripwires or pits would be okay? I would say probably yes to the tripwires. I would probably say no to the pits, because the idea with the pit is that, you know, the zombie would get hurt or otherwise unable to reach you, that kind of thing. And so it's like, okay, that really then puts yourself in a situation where you're making kind of your super defended compound, that kind of thing. Whereas a tripwire doesn't do that. A tripwire just kind of buys you a slowdown time. So, you know, a couple zombies could trip over the tripwire before the wire breaks. That kind of thing. Yeah, no, it could also be like a pit where they like go in there and then they trip and it takes them a little bit to get back out. I mean, that's your time for a pit. That would probably be fine. Like, it's even okay if it does a really small amount of damage. Well fed, not thirsty. Well fed, not thirsty. Yes, I'm just keeping track of how they're doing, because I haven't been filling those troughs with feed, so I'm hoping they can just graze in the grass. I don't know what the rules are. Alright. But I want to keep trying to clear the zombies out from immediately around the area. You like the idea of traps that you need to be careful around? Fall victim to your own trip trap? Yeah, no, I'd be totally fine with that. I think that would actually be perfectly reasonable. That if you set up a trip trap, you either have to go into like combat stance or you have to go to like sneak walk or whatever. Like, you basically have to move slowly over it, or you it can work on you. Like, it's not a guarantee, it's a risk. I can get on board with that. So like, the traps can be as much as of an asset as a liability if you don't approach them carefully. Because then, you know, in a pinch, in case you're at risk, you'd want like, this is the trapped way, this is the safe way. The devs just don't want us meat grinding without putting the effort in? Yeah. Well, I remember that was a whole conversation with the devs and the Project Zomboid community. The concern of just like walk backwards, kill lots of zombies. And I remember there was like really back and forth about, it's like, hey, is this good? Is this really good for the game? Is this really bad for the game? Like, is this something we need to be addressing really quickly? Like, just really not sure where it goes. And I mean, that was on the community itself as well. Because at one point, people were like, no, this is a result of the game being very fair and balanced. You know, the combat is pretty rigid in Project Zomboid. It has its way it works. And it works really well. But is also pretty inflexible. And so as a result, it is combat you can 100% master. But the downside is, it means it's combat you can 100% master. Which means you can get to the point where you know, like, your pretty well-defined limits and all that. And just deal with it. The Shamblers, by default... Well, randomization by default was seen as a possibility for maybe mitigating those kind of situations. So it wasn't specifically that, oh, we wanted to add them for that. But like the idea was by having different sight range, different hearing range, different movement speeds and all that, the ability for the kid player to completely control a corn is new. Completely control the zombies and all that was not as easy, I think was the idea. And this is me making assumptions here, by the way. This isn't me taking like word of mouth from the devs or anything like that. So I think the idea was with the randomization, one, it keeps things more interesting to have not all the zombies behave the exact same way. And also the belief was it would mitigate some of those things of like where you could control the zombies, get them all lined up, knock them down, do your thing. And that's also part of what muscle strain was introduced for, was another thing to make it trickier to reach the point where you can just like get the zombies lined up and just knock them all through. But it is just kind of one of those things that it does have side effects. And my argument I would make is right now those side effects outdo the benefit. And like I said, I think the solution there isn't to go like the different tiers between slow shambler, fast shambler, sprinter, and all that is too significant, like of steps between the speeds. And just the same as like the difference between like deaf, normal hearing, pinpoint hearing are two like giant cliffs of difference. And that if they want to do that, they need to be a narrower range. I do think having like the randomization would be good if it was more tame. So like, let's say the distance a zombie can normally hear you is 10 tiles. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Let's say it's 10. That range maybe goes from like 8 to 12. So you're still in the rough, like, you have like this distance here is like the rough fuzzy, they can kind of hear you at that distance. Oh, we're not nearly rested yet. Versus like the distance between like normal hearing is like this, and then pinpoint is like over, like, you know, like all the way over here is like pinpoint hearing. It's almost twice as long. You know, and then deaf, you gotta be like right here. So it's just, there's no juggling between those distances and plotting that out and making a kind of plan. It's just super extreme range. And honestly, for the hearing, the pinpoint is the problem. And deaf, I actually don't like the deaf ones that flat out can't hear you until you're like right on top of them. And the reason I don't really like those is that's actually one of the things that gets creators, like, no, I shouldn't say creators, gets marathon players killed in long runs. It's just very genuinely, you have the zombie that just straight up ignores you until you're right on top of them. And it does lead you to just having a zombie like standing where visibility is poor on top of bodies or whatever and getting grabbed. And that's not a very satisfying death. I think it's fine, like, I get the benefit of having it for like indoor situations. Where, you know, you've got the dark room, you don't have your flashlight, the zombie's just chilling there, doesn't come after you, and you got the stressless zombie running around in there. And you don't really know where, and because they're standing still, it's really kind of hard to pick them out. And so you get yourself in trouble. Like, I get that from the point of, like, oh, but that makes a flashlight more valuable, and I think that's good. But, like, the zombie just sitting out in the middle of a field that grabs you because, sorry, just sitting at a pile of bodies and just grabs you is a frustrating one. Just because you can't help but compare and be like, but in real life, that zombie is standing directly in front of me. Like, I can't miss it. So it's literally it makes you just feel like the camera angle is punishing you. Oh, tropical storm imminent in 4 days. Don't tell me that. All right, chat, one moment. I got a bad feeling. I want to check something. Let's pull up our map and go like this. Okay. So the helicopter was on the 17th. Okay, so 4 days, I believe, should be in range where we don't have to worry about the helicopter. I was waiting for it to be like, nah, what happens if the tropical storm lands on day 10 since your last helicopter, and, you know, go ahead and have yourself another one of them there helicopter tropical storms. Those are real fun. Shows up 7 p.m. and you just go, I guess I'll just die now. Because you know what you can see? Nothing. Nothing is what you can see. And I'm willing to bet during the tropical storm you pull out your flashlight and you go, yep, that didn't do anything. In Florida, they shoot guns at stores and make them go away? Only if they want to go to jail. Just discharging firearms into the air is, like, just straight up in the air. There's all sorts of rules around that regarding gun safety and whatnot. I'm not saying it's never happened. I'm sure it has. But to say, mostly, yeah, Luxray is mostly on right. If it's a tropical storm here in Florida, the vast majority of the time is to go, oh, I guess I'll cancel the soccer game maybe. We'll wait and see. We'll wait till it's a couple days out. A tropical storm is an absolute nothing burger to people who live in Florida. Because case in point, I live in Florida. And I don't think I've heard the last time I've heard someone... I mean, someone who's brand new to the state, I've heard worry about it and stress about it, which is, you know, fair enough. But anyone who's been here for a tropical storm, it's like, yeah, it's just a stormy day. And to be fair, you're in, yeah, and you get the remnants by the time we get hit. Yeah. But even, like, you hear the stories about people going out and, you know, being dumb in the storms. It's usually people doing that. You gonna do blacksmithing play these? I mean, any of the playthroughs, I will get blacksmithing if we can get that far. Strap your house down, it's fine. I mean, that's building code. Building code dictates how your house is, like, connected to the ground, and yeah, they are required to have certain foundation connections and all that. And then a bunch of people whine about, you know, stupid city code mean I have to change the trusses in my house? Dude, if you have to change the truss in your house, it means your house is still using the same trusses from, like, the 70s. And you only have to change them usually if you're trying to sell. And when I say change, it's literally just the brackets. So you just have to go to the joints and all that, and how it's connected, to have not as crappy ones. Ooh, a nail and a screw. That's actually potentially useful. Where are the rest of you? Okay, I guess. I'm sorry. I know I did that. It just ran off. But yeah, now as far as, like, blacksmithing and all that, I haven't been avoiding any of these skills. It's just one of those things that right now I have to worry about the things that makes it so I can survive. Oh yeah, I do not know about Blacksmith's Retreat, but also don't tell me where Blacksmith's Retreat is. I am deliberately not looking things up on the map and all that kind of stuff. Because I do want to, you know, like, that's part of the reason I am playing on the settings I'm on, is I want it to take me time to explore the map. Because I could have set it to, like, turn off the zombies, run around, look at all the areas of the map and all that. Hey, Mr. Nice Gamer! Good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for the raid. Those who don't know Mr. Nice Gamer, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely someone who you should check out. I know you were playing Project Zomboid, I believe it was yesterday, and I can only assume you're doing the same today. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good to have you here, friend. For those who don't know Mr. Nice Gamer, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Oh, come on. I wasn't fast enough. I should have force stomped. I almost never do. Come on, fall over. Come on, fall over. But yeah, so definitely check them out. Drop the follow, all that stuff. Plays games like Project Zomboid and such. Good times over there. Yeah, no, build point. Hey, lighter. I'll take that, thank you. Alright. You'd go with the long sort of double blade more than the stabby ability. Need a big old bag of peas? Yep. We do like our peas. It's making the best of the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, like I know you hate the raid run. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Do your self-care, buddy. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for that, for the raid and all that. I do appreciate it. So again, check out Mr. Nice Gamer. While we're on the hey Nalutig, I haven't seen you in a good long while. It's really good to see you. Can I get a shout out for cause let's make sure we get all the shout outs. So let's get the shout out for Allison Adventures that we haven't already. Let's get a shout out for Nalutig. You can't believe Build 42 is finally come out. Are you still doing content creation, Nalu? I haven't seen you live. That could just be literally that you stream while I stream, or you stream while I'm asleep, or something like that. Any and all of those are possible. But Nalutig is also a person who played a whole range of games, including Project Zomboid historically and all that. Another fantastic creator on the platform. You done your tests? Everything is amazing. So you would say that everything is awesome. Perhaps. Perhaps. Because you're part of the team. But yeah, again, check out Nalu. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, according to this, zombies and battles and all that stuff. You haven't been able to? Toddler's a Hellion? Yeah, no, I gotcha. But yeah, no, definitely... If you do manage to catch Nalu live, don't know if and or when that will be. Another fantastic content creator. But yeah, no, a lot of times the content creation ends up being a temporary thing for a lot of people. Silly life and responsibilities. Project Zomboid you missed though? Yeah. Chris be like, I feel this in your soul. I think there's a relatable thing to, like, out of every 100 people who have a toddler, like 99 of them. And there'll be like that one person to toddler who's the chillest kid ever. Of which everyone looks with fire and rage in their eyes out of jealousy. Okay. The backpack is empty. We shall take the lipstick for later. Let's see, keeping her alive is an adventures every day. She learned how to jump off furniture recently. That's so fun. Your first word slept through the night for 8 weeks. The second didn't until 2 years. Suffering. Because without any spoilers, as stating the obvious, the endgame weapons are better place. That they were for all classifications. Oh, you're just saying, like, literally when you craft up your weapons, that they're just, like, the crafted weapons are just S tier. I know my niece likes to jump off stuff, and I definitely know my younger brother is not a fan. Now, granted, she's not super horrible to deal with. Just a lot of energy. And then, paradoxically, it goes between a lot of energy and reading. Nothing wrong with reading, it's just like, goes from high energy to, I am reading a book. You had to get him a tent so he would bail out of his crib and run. Those are the kinds of things that I just don't know, that I always forget to ask. Just, I'm curious, like, how I was as a kid in regards to all those. Because I can only imagine, between me and my younger brother, that we were definitely the ones who probably would not be the ones who stayed put hardly ever. Whereas I can imagine my older brother being mostly a cooperative kid. Books are just the planning phase for adventure? Exactly. If you want to go on a grand adventure, you gotta have a grand plan. You can't just ad hoc these things. Alright. That's annoying. Yeah, I'm wondering. It's one of those things that it could really have gone... Oh, come on. I was standing on her. Alright, I'm gonna start bringing the chunks of flint with me so we can start breaking flint on their place. Base. I was gonna try to save all the flint thing for leveling up napping. Because I was low-key hoping we could do that. But honestly, dealing with these things where I can't push them reliably, kinda sucks. Especially when I pick up more. Alright. Yeah, so we're dealing with the problem where I don't have very many weapons. And before everyone's like, oh, well, just go to, go to this location that's got no things. Don't spoil that for me. But then, two, you're like, oh, just go loot someplace. You could easily find weapons if you find some garages or whatever. It's like, yeah, we are playing in 16 times pop. There is nothing quick in this run. Literally nothing is fast in this run. Rock by those trees? Yeah, I'm trying to not just pick up stones and use them as the weapons, just straight up. It's a little bit different with the flint nodules, because at least the flint nodules, you get a chunk of flint out of it, so it's not... Like, right now, the rocks feel kind of cheesy. Like, they feel like they do genuinely, potentially deserve a balance pass to knock them down a little bit. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It does seem like they deliberately went through with the 16 times pop these days. And any place that's got like a building is got at least 2 or 3 rally groups chilling around it or more. So the days of just, oh, spawn in West Point, go to the mansions are basically clear. Those days are dead. Nothing's off limit? I mean, don't... I'm not saying I will literally never use a rock. It's just right now the stone... Would you fall over already? Just right now the stones feel like they're better than a lot of the actual short blunt weapons, like ones you make. So it's like, alright, that's probably not where they're intended on keeping it. Okay. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Realistically, going and grabbing a stone and giving someone a smack in the noggin is absolutely an effective weapon. I'm not arguing the realism side of it, but also people know I really don't care about the realism side of things in the video games. Like, I tend to be very vocal about it's fine that a game is realistic, but I also don't care. Like, to me, if a game happens to be realistic because of just the things they've done to make it fun and interesting, cool. But anything that's been chosen for realism purposes because realism, that usually is a negative in my book. Not because realism's bad, but it means you made a decision at the cost of balance or whatever because realism. Right, exactly. Crowbars break. Go help, someone scream, go help them. There's not a person to help. Not that kind of game. There's always a balance between realism and fun. I enjoy flying game in the 90s, but more they become like actual flying, you lost interest. But yeah, so if we have our graph and then here's realism and here's fun, I'm slamming that lever all the way to fun and saying to hell with realism. I've watched so many games I've enjoyed just chase realism more and more and more and more and become games I don't enjoy anymore. Again, not that being realistic within itself is bad, just that the thing is, it needs to be realistic in support of the other stuff. May is when you plant those, that's not this time, so we chuck it in there. And that's where a lot of games fall off, is they realism because realism. Not with consideration of, but is this fun? But is this balanced? But is this interesting? They go, no, real people need to do that, so we have to do that. There's a reason why the survival games where you have to, like, make sure you're getting enough vitamin C and protein and all these, and deal with the minutia of having a balanced diet, don't do well. But they're realistic. But they need to be durable and worth taking the risk to go back and get, versus using sticks. Yeah, no, that's absolutely. I feel like crowbars. I don't know about build 42. I don't think I've found a crowbar yet in build 42. But like crowbars historically have been like really solid in Project Zomboid, where yeah, they're not the best damage. Yeah, they're not the best swing speed. Yeah, not the best endurance ability. But their durability is way up there, and it makes it worthwhile. If for no other reason than for leveling up your maintenance, they do an extremely good job. But even in that respects, they are just a fairly good weapon overall. They're one of the ones that, you know, people really go with. I'm kind of happy that Spears got, you know, a really big slap. Because my understanding is that big slap that Spears got, so far as knocking him down, is mostly just your early game crafted spears. That later game spears are really solid, from my understanding. but like the pick up piece of wood and sharpen the end of it spear is even worse than our old spears in a lot of ways. And harder to make. Yeah, no, that's just it. It seems to me like the answer is your crafted makeshift early game spears are just hot garbage now, but later on your better ones. Like I've actually been hearing relatively good things about the heat hardened or fire hardened spears. That they're easy to craft, but like they're actually pretty decent, is from what I've been hearing. Okay. Hey, Bonds, how's it going? Yeah, so I think that's what they've done is it's not so much that they nerfed spears individually and directly. It seems like they kind of nerfed early game crafted weapons a little bit. Now, granted, the stone axes got a buff, but I think they were trying to balancing act and maybe... Wait, what am I holding? No, don't do that. Don't do that. I want to keep that. I was like, I'm out of weapons. What am I using to actually hit the zombie? Yeah, let's rip your clothes. Get some cloth. Because we're going to be tired soon. It's going to be dark soon. Let's not push our luck. So rip some clothes to get more shredded sheets and all that. If they just amped everything, it's all great. Instead of directly nerfing, it's like a slight knockdown, but then rewards lengthy gameplay and persisting worlds. Yeah, so that definitely seems to be the direction they're leaning in. Is it definitely feels like they are trying to make a very deliberate decision to make you want to leave for a long time. I did, She-Wolf. Thank you so much for the well wishes for the holidays and all that. But yeah, so like the crops taking how long they are to grow definitely is intended on us living for a very long time. I'm curious about that though, because the lifespan of the typical Project Zomboid player is not long. So it is one of those things that I'm kind of sitting there going, okay, you're definitely adding a lot of carrots. You got just a little bit of a stick, but you're definitely adding a pretty big pile of carrots for living a long time. Let's see, not only is the lifespan not long, it's far shorter with all the changes now. Yeah, no, for those that don't know, Red Naro, another fantastic content creator on the platform, does a lot of testing of the different mechanics and all that, so when something's not quite what it seems, tries to figure out what's happening and all that. Like, a lot of the information we have with Project Zomboid that's been thoroughly tested has come from Rhett. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I did end up turning off the random zombie movement, so far as like distance and all that, as well as the random hearing and the random sight. I got kind of tired that you'd hit a zombie and half the map like nearby would show up. It's like, okay, is that harder? Sure, but it just means there's no strategically pulling and any of that. And so it feels like, okay, just the answer is you always have to have like 2-3 screens. You can pull whatever away. You hit the one zombie, you back up 2 or 3 screens and wait for the extremely slow zombies to reach you. And it's like just saying like, hey, how much patience do you have? So that's definitely one of those ones that I do hope they change. My hope is that the biggest gripe you've had in the game is the lack of late game. Oh yeah, no, I'm really happy that the thing. You glad it's a toggle? Oh, I didn't want to put that there. I need those. I'll put those here. You said yours the 1% sprinters. It gets spicy. My only problem with doing the percent sprinters is it is a thing that the game doesn't go, okay, I've spawned in 100 zombies. That one's the sprinter. Okay, here's another 100. That one's the sprinter. Like, you know, with a random chance. You could technically go up to a group of 16 and have 16 all be sprinters with 1% chance sprinters. It's super unlikely. The odds are terrible, but it does mean for long-term survival, you always have to approach every single group like the entire group is sprinters until proven otherwise. Yeah, no, it's still like even at the low pops, because the way it works behind the scenes is it literally does go, okay, this zombie right here, 1% chance it's a sprinter. That zombie, 1% chance it's a sprinter. This zombie over here, 1% chance it's a sprinter. And you can have the RNG roll where it just says, okay, they're all sprinters. Bonzo, you're all or nothing with sprinters. Yeah, I think I'd be in the same group. I generally don't run sprinters just in general. I don't like the way that with sprinters, the combat feel like it doesn't have much meaningful progression. Because whether you're maxed combat skills or base combat skills, we can get skills check. But regardless of which way it goes, you still have to treat them like, you know, the same. It doesn't change the way you play as sprinters versus at very high levels you can treat hordes entirely differently. Yeah, so we're at 1 short blunt. We are about 15 XP shy of maintenance 1, which is really hard to get in our playthrough. We're at fitness 1, strength 2. I don't care about light-footed or sneaking. We're at a bit over halfway, almost 2/3 the way on nimble. And we're getting pretty close to foraging 4. And I have learned that doing where we're kind of having to make our own good, like, not truly a wilderness run, but where we can't really get into the cities, that maintenance 1 is a big mountain to climb. Oh yeah, no, I had the other day that, I had someone make the comment that they wish sandbox mode wasn't a thing. And this isn't to call that person out, there's a reason I'm not saying your name or anything like that. But they wish sandbox mode wasn't a thing, or like, they almost wish it wasn't a thing. And like, then you've really killed Project Zomboid's interest, because the sandbox settings is one of the strongest features to the game more than anything else. Like, it's just ridiculous. Let's see, oh, there is progression in sprinters. Animal Exquis was the OG who proved it. He used to run through hordes. He discovered the 7k kill powers up stage once you start one-hitting. Yeah, and that's about the only time that goes, is when you can reliably one-tap zombies. That's about the only time the sprinters change. The danger you run into with that still is if you can't pull them very precisely to keep it down to like controllable numbers, you always run that risk of the zombies go to run at you, the one starts immediately, the other does that like 1-2 stagger step thing, and now you've got them side by side, you gotta bolt, because they're gonna arrive at the same time, so you gotta manage to position your angle so you get them only, you know, you get them one then the other. And it's just one of those things. Nah, but the person's stance is more along the lines of, because you can change the sandbox settings, you can, like, get rid of stuff you don't like and all that, and that, you know, it's kind of the view that that waters down the game and all that. They, you know, if you don't like what the devs are doing, you just stop playing that way. It's like, well, right, but that's also its strength. Yeah, so it's like you gotta almost get to endgame on sprinters before the gameplay changes. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that was one of my big negatives of sprinters, because I did like I did Lamprey's sweaty permadeath sprinter server. Like, I've done that a couple of times and all that. And I had fun with it. Like, I don't regret doing it. I enjoyed it. But, like, for doing, like, the thing that was fun was doing that with a bunch of other people. If it had been on my own, I don't think I actually would have enjoyed the sprinter thing. If there's less incentive for the devs to balance the game if everyone can just do their settings, yeah, that's another thing. Like, there's definitely decisions the devs have made that I'm like, man, that's not really what I want in the game. But it's fine because, like I had previously mentioned, I got rid of the random hearing and sight. Not because I didn't like the challenge, I liked the challenge part of it. It was honestly the slow zombies that seemed to ruin the most of it, where so many things I enjoyed doing in the game suddenly you couldn't do because the slow zombies would just mess it up. And then events like the helicopter became kind of a non-issue because, you know, a third of the zombies are slow, so you just walk circles around the zombies even more so than ever. Like, I can just cut through the middle of the horde, which I used to never be able to do. Because it was just one of those things. The way Animal started, he got so much crap for that when he had set the zombies to like 8 times pop, but the weakest toughness. Then he discovered the power spike level, and he went normal runs and got like 16k kill. So, Light, have you solved it yet? I actually do have a flashlight. So I wouldn't say it's solved, because, you know, it's not like the flashlight exactly gives me all that much light. But I do have the way thing in it. Yeah, and that was the thing. I didn't even realize we had the random toughness turned on. For me, it's like, I got asked before to be like, hey, turn this, turn this up to its, like, max toughness, and I did that once or twice. Do you have it on you? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it's right here. But yeah, I was saying earlier that I think for me, what I would like is I would like for, like, the shambling speed and all that, like, you do fast shamblers, have a random, but not have a random, like, sprinter shamblers, you know, fast and slow shamblers, but, like, you could have random fast shamblers, and so instead of them moving, I'm just going to make up units. Let's pretend slow shamblers 1 speed, fast shamblers 2 speed, and sprinters are, like, 5. Can you make light too? Oh yeah, the lighter can. It's pretty terrible at it. And it has, like, no juice left in it, but it can make light. But, instead of doing that, like, you choose the normal, like, slow shambler, and what it would do is it'd have it, like, 0.8 speed to, 1.2. So it's got, like, a little bitty bit of a range. So it's just enough that they will slowly kind of work apart, but not to the extreme we have with, like, the slow versus the fast shambler. Or, like, for fast shambler, if we were saying again 2, that'd be like 1.8 to 2.2 or something like that. It'd be a little bit of a range there. I think that would be interesting, because then you've got the randomness, but not the incredible disparity that is, I think, the big reason it's a problem right now. Is, like, that huge discrepancy between, you know, a zombie that's got pinpoint hearing and one that doesn't. So, like, for the same thing for hearing, let's say it's from this post to that post is the normal range. What it would actually be with the random is it'd be like, here is the near side, there's the far side, versus pinpoints like there. So, you know, pinpoint would be something like this spot to that spot. So when did the Molotovs test start? The test new fire? My understanding is it just doesn't spread as much. I don't really have any interest in doing stuff with the fire. Hello? If I do that, we'll just do a throwaway save where I grab Molotov and I huck it and I just see what happens. You don't even know what you use to make a Molotov now? I haven't even looked. I know it used to be a liquor bottle and a ripped piece of cloth. And all you needed was something to start a fire for the other hand. Yes, and please do burn down Muldrow. If we clear Muldrow, we'll clear it. Like, whenever we achieve our goal, I'm down to burn down Muldrow. But only after it's cleared. which means we won't end up doing it. But, you know, in honor of Jeremiah Wiener, Muldra will burn. Nah. Juggling poor ain't worth the time. Hop the fence, let them do that, hop it back. I'm surprised that worked out the way I thought it was. I was like, let me use the fact that you did this weird crawl thing. I got worried it's gonna lunge. I can't wait to have weapon. Oh wait, what am I doing? I literally grabbed these because I'm like, you know what, I'm tired of not having weapons, and this one at least I get something for it so I don't feel like I'm just abusing stones. It's like, oh yeah. We can go ahead and get ourselves some chunks of flint by smacking zombies in the face with a flint nodule. Like, don't get me wrong, rocks right now are really powerful. I'm trying to not just grab rocks and abuse rocks, because they definitely feel like they're not supposed to be as strong as they are. Wait, what? You get shards of flints when you beat zombies? Yes. Branches are pretty good too? Really? I'm mostly trying, I want to stick to weapons to get me maintenance 1, so that way I can make weapons. Just because, like, just using sticks and rocks and all that, I don't know, it feels weird. Oh, that's, I think, our first friendship bracelet. I always, when the first chance I get to get a friendship bracelet, I always wear it. Don't do that. Come on. Oh, I don't have a laugh track. I probably could have something like that. Maintenance weird now. Do you want to sharpen weapons? Yeah, the big problem. The big problem right now we have with the maintenance is when you're at maintenance 0, getting maintenance 1 without getting yourself a lot of weapons to bang on things is really, really rough to get started. Hey, Oceanic, how's it going? Like, just that first level, before you can get the whetstone, before you can get any of that, is really, really a big cliff. Do all meta zombies pull zombies to the same distance? That is actually a good question. I usually don't worry about too much. So most of the time when I think about Zomboid mechanics, a lot of them I focus on how does it impact me? Does it change the way I play the game? And that's how I care. Like, if a mechanic works in that way, and it doesn't, like, it doing one thing versus another doesn't change the way I play the game, it can be a curious, like, trivia thing to know just for interest to share, but it also means it's something I don't really care about, and I'm going to probably forget, since if it doesn't change the way I play the game. Yeah, no, I don't think it's bad. I think it's a good question to ask. It's just the reason I don't know it is like, okay, but it's going to play the sound, and some zombies are going to move one place or the other. It's RNG, so I can't deliberately be like, I'm going to stand here, it goes 500 tiles, and it's going to pull the zombies this way. Like, you have no control over it or any influence on it, so you just kind of go, okay, the sound played. No, drinking the water from the river is just as bad as it always has been. I mean, shouldn't say always. It's still poisonous, but if you don't have weak stomach, you can eat and drink things that are bad for you if you do so with mitigation. So it's one of those things that you can drink directly from the river or a lake, as long as you only drink from the river or the lake. You know, like you can do so like back to back to back and you'll be fine. Just don't drink from the lake and then start popping berries in your mouth that you don't know if you're poison or whatever. But like I can just straight up eat a poisonous berry if I don't have, you know, if I don't have like, you know, weak stomach or something. Like, ooh, you got something on your back. Is that an axe? It's like an axe. It could be a butcher's knife, but oh, I'm really not sure what you got on your back. It's a weapon. I think it's a fireman's axe. Oh, right, I have the flint nodule. It's sitting there, I was like, got confused when I didn't shove the zombie for a moment. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You can eat poison berries with weak stomach? Yeah, but the margin for error when you have weak stomach poison berries is really not a big margin for error, so you do not want to get that wrong. What are you? Oh, what is that, like just a really dirty hatchet? It's just a really dirty hatchet. I'm gonna go and pocket the helmet. I'm not gonna actually wear it. Now, unfortunately, I do believe what will happen is if I go and take the helmet here and it just let it fall, like just drop it, I believe it will disappear. Was that a survivor zombie? I'm not honestly sure. I think it might have just been a biker zombie, because usually the survivor zombies will have a backpack. Yeah, I think it's maybe a biker zombie. It's possible that it maybe spawned with an event. Like an event thing, like where there's just a Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. We've seen a couple survivor zombies where I got like a really good backpack and I got, you know, a bunch of goods that go with it. Yes, there's a good chance these berries are poisonous. I'm going to go ahead and slam one of those real fast, though, without any farther consideration. And what should happen, if they are poisoned, is after just a little bit here, we'll get queasy. It won't kick in instantly. There's a chance this hatchet, if we get some lucky rolls, might push us... Oh no, this hatchet, there's a very good chance this will push us into, Maintenance 1, at which point I'll be able to start... Give you a bike? Yeah, so that was poison food. So yeah, we're perfectly fine. Because like I said, as long as I don't go and eat another... I mean, I probably could even get away with another poison berry, but... there's definitely a risk. So what we do is we just let that berry sit there for a little while. And wait till the current queasy drops off. Which already dropped off, question mark? I cannot build doors yet, no. I'll build a door as soon as I can. But I gotta work on getting that ability. So I don't know if this will stay by placing it. But if it disappears, it disappears. I'm willing to take that chance. Okay. So grab the rabbit out of here. You're gonna need to put the rabbit in the oven. You never seen placed items despawn? I don't think they do. I believe if you place it, it's fine. If you build a door, you can have a key, or are you not going to be able to lock this one? You can always lock it from the inside. There's never a reason to lock it from the outside. But if I grab a doorknob, the game is actually smart enough to know that a doorknob has a key. So I have to get the key at the place I'm taking the doorknob from. Okay, so we've thawed that. And go over here, we can butcher the swamp rabbit. And I believe there's a bug where you can just keep butchering the rabbit endlessly, and it just gives you infinite meat. We will not be exploiting that. I'm going to butcher it once, and I will take the rabbit and I will put it in the trash. So I'm gonna get what I've earned. And then the bugged duplication rabbit. That goes there. We're also going to go ahead and slice the animal head apart. Interestingly enough, it shows that the brain doesn't rot. That's fine. So then we've got a poorly cut chunk of rabbit meat. That's going to give us, like, no hunger whatsoever. Wait, why did you slice the head? You can get the brains and the skulls, and I believe you can break the skull down into other things later, and I think you can make tanning stuff out of the brain for tanning leather. I don't think we'll end up doing that anytime soon, but the alternative is I keep it as a head and it just rots. So, weirdly... Yeah, it's 0.02 kilograms of rabbit. That is how terrible of a job we did butchering this rabbit. We took a whole freaking rabbit and we got 0.02 kilograms out of it. That was actually usable for food. We're not very good at that. Alright, so go ahead and put the flint back in here. It does make you wonder what happened to the rest of the rabbit, because, I mean, if you butcher something badly, it's not like the meat's just gone. You just kind of sliced into a bunch of chunks and all that. It's going to be pretty sad to eat, but, you know, it doesn't stop existing. You may have, like, mashed it up and made a big mess out of it. But it is still there. You're not a trained butcher and you can do better? Yeah. That's, that was the rest you tossed in the trash? Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. That's just a bug we have in the game right now, Burning Sun, that there is a bug that you can butcher rabbit corpses infinitely. So you could literally sit there and just butcher and butcher and butcher and butcher and all that kind of stuff. And I'm down to abuse stuff in a game once in a while, but there's a difference between that and just exploiting the crap out of a game. And if you play that way, that's totally fine. Like, don't let me yuck your yum or whatever. It's just for me doing a challenge, it kind of undermines the challenge of the first thing I do is I abuse and exploit to, like, max out a skill that makes it easier for me to play the challenge. Exploit to get 0.3 kilograms of rabbit after 100 rats? Yeah, but the thing is it's infinite. So even if it is a terrible 0.3, I can just keep doing it until we're able to sustain ourselves on. I mean, eventually it'll rot. But we would be able to just grind ourselves to, like, butchering 10 just by cutting up the same rabbit again and again. It'd probably be horribly inefficient and terrible, and, you know, more power to you. I could have killed that rabbit, but honestly, I don't feel like it. The utter lack of getting anything from the rabbits worth meaning has kind of trained me to just be like, yeah, don't bother hunting. Like, if a deer literally jumps in my way and I'm near home, sure. But outside that, even the deer, it's just like, yeah. There's no reason. They don't give you literally anything. I shouldn't say that. They will give you stuff. The deer are actually okay, but they're not... For, like, the weight gain side of it, they're absolutely awful. They just gotta tune up the numbers. If it is locked behind butchering skill, I do, and I've said this the last couple times this came up, I do feel what they need to do is they need to take the floor, the minimum you get out of stuff, and bring that higher. Like, and it could even be that, like, at the top level it's fine. I don't think it is. I've heard pretty bad numbers from the top end. But even if the devs are happy with the top end, Rabbit, don't kill yourself by literally throwing yourself into my attacks. I'm down to not go after killing you, but I'm not gonna say if you literally tank an attack for a zombie on me, I'm gonna feel bad. Yeah, rabbit attempting to body block. The game animals are going to be really lean, so you think without ranching cattle sheep, you're still going to be running into weight issues. Right. To give you, like War Machine, to give you an idea, we had a previous character. I butchered 4 adult pigs. I lost weight doing it. Like, I butchered 4 adult pigs, ate all of them in under 24 hours, and we lost weight. At no point did we even go neutral. We literally lost weight. 4 adult pigs. Those weren't even game animals. Those were ones, and it wasn't like they were starving or anything else. It's just right now the balance is not really where it should be. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like, domesticated animals get fattened up way more than just like a wild animal. But if you go out and you catch yourself, like, you know, an adult buck, you're gonna get more than a light lunch snack out of it. My view is for as long as it takes for the pigs to, like, the animals, I should say, to hit adulthood and all that, to, like, get to their maximum size and whatnot, they need to be very generous on the food they give you. I'm not saying you do, like, real life where, you know, a family of 5 buys a quarter cow and they're set for months. But if I kill an adult cow, I should at least be able to be fed for about a week solid. Where, like, I am maintaining weight. The way I was looking as, I should be able to gain about 10 kilograms for butchering an adult cow. Because those suckers take forever to grow up. So if I'm not just butchering the cows and moving on constantly, that is the thing that, if they're not that generous, they're not worth the effort for butchering. Which I would agree they're not. And it could even be that the milk is where it's supposed to be at with them. That butchering them couldn't be seen as, like, the I don't want to do this, but I'm desperate kind of move. But what else do you do with the pigs? You butcher them. That's what the pigs are for. You butcher them and you eat them. Maybe they make poop, but I can't imagine the poop is that valuable to be worth all the headache of feeding the pigs and keeping them in their pens and doing all that kind of stuff and making sure they're well taken care of and yada 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 for some poop. Not unless the poop is, like, secretly S tier amazing for speed growing crops and cuts the crop's grow time down by, like, 75% or something, which it doesn't, but that would be the only way I'd see possibly justifying holding on to them otherwise. And again, none of this is about realism. It's just gameplay balance. If you got this thing, and it's a huge pain in the butt to do it for a long time, you gotta have some kickback. You're not sure? You're about to start composting, see how it affects your crops? I'm imagining it will speed it up. The question is how much, because we gotta feed the pigs, and there's a lot of effort that goes into feed a pig too. Yeah, my understanding, according to what the composting says, and there's obviously descriptions in Project Zomboid aren't always the most reliable. According to that, it makes it grow faster. But if it cuts the grow time down to like half or something like that, we may have room for a conversation to be had about the value of this. Like that's an area where whether it's worth it or not becomes, you know, a matter of opinion, being like, no, it's worth it, or it's like, I don't really know, man. But if it's only like 10% faster, get it out of here. As a board could feed a family for 3 months or so, you're proof we occasionally travel south to hunt. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I know way back, my parents would go to the local butcher, and they would order, like, a quarter cow or whatever. And that was basically to feed us for 3, 4, whatever months it actually came out to be. It depended, like, how much we were eating just that, or other stuff and all that. You should only fertilize 3 times, you risk rotting the crops. Let's see, the nutrient system is a bit too elementary to justify vegetables mechanically. Yeah. Well, I mean, right now the problem is, so, historically the way Project Zomboid has worked, and why you had meat versus veggies, is generally speaking, veggies you lose weight, meat you gain weight. Historically, that's not Build 42, that's historically. If you wanted to gain weight, you ate a lot of fish, you ate a lot of rabbits. Was pretty much the way that worked. Now, to lose weight, you either grew crops or you foraged. And early game, the foraging would be easier to keep it up. Later in the game, because you can kind of just slap down, you know, an entire field of stuff, like potatoes or whatever, and then just freeze them, and they would last for months at a time. Late game, instead, you would just go for growing a bunch of potatoes. Like, the metas in crops in the past are cabbages because they grow the fastest, or potatoes because they store the longest. Did I break my axe and just not notice? I did. Let's turn this way and get to a gap. I'm worried about continuing to go south in this field. I'll probably just run into more zombies. That's generally when you're fighting zombies, one rule to try and have for yourself, that if you still leave the random pinpoint hearing on isn't really as doable, not really, is always have like a retreat angle. So the idea is I've fought to the east here, so I know when I'm like, oh, I need to drag these zombies for more of a fight, like give myself a way to go or a way to retreat, I go east, because that's where I've killed all the zombies. So you know, I have my exit secure. I put a lot of effort into making it secure. And so yeah, it's slower, more meticulous, whatever you want to go with. But this is the payout, is now I've got a range that's not quote-unquote safe, but it is safer than just backing up in some random direction where I might just back up right into another group of zombies. Actually, it's very likely I'll back up into another group of zombies. Alright, so we got the attack speed penalty because we are in a lot of pain. Kind of really hoping we get one or more of them dead and they'll just shove. Okay. Any word in multiplayer? No word. I would not count on it being in the immediate future. I think you're talking months and months and months. Because the only justification for vegetables was for trapping, but now you don't know anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat right now. Is with the changes to stuff we've got. Like I don't know how bad fishing is gonna get during the winter. Like, will it be as rough as it was in Build 41, where early game, like the first winter, if you didn't go out of your way to grind up fishing, is it gonna be absolute hell to get fish? Because if so, then you still have like, okay, you know, you gotta depend on traps. But as it stands, it's just not there. You expect balancing passes as Build 42 matures. Things like make farming more compelling. Has anyone successfully harvested crops they planted in Build 42? You've only read crops dying with a few days of planting. Yeah, I know I saw a couple people who had some levels in agriculture, but I'm willing to bet that they got it through other things, like butter churning or something like that. I haven't seen anyone successfully harvest anything. Because if you think about it, what's the fastest crop right now? 30 days? And it's 30 days about keeping up the watering and all that? My assumption of what's happening is that they made the adjustments to how long crops take to grow, but didn't get through and rebalance all the other stuff around crops, like the frequency of disease, the frequency of them being watered. And I could be wrong, to be clear. I haven't really thoroughly tested it, because very, very genuinely, the amount of effort that goes into grow the crops right now, I'm like 60 days, 30 days, 100 days to grow them. I'm like, man, I'm just gonna forage. Like, unless there's something really amazing about growing crops now, the sheer amount of time it's going to take me to get some crops grown, I'm just going to forage. Like, don't get me wrong, they probably have a bunch of really cool recipes locked behind the harvested goods from foraging. It's just the problem of, let's be real, there's only a handful of us who live over a year. Which means once you've missed a crop season, you just go ahead and delete that crop from the game. You're not coming back for it. I've been eating it on and off. The problem is I'm eating the poison berries faster than that comes off cooldown. Because for those who don't know with the lemongrass, you can't just eat all the lemongrass back to back to back. To like cancel it. It's not a cumulative thing where you get like 10 food poison points, and that's minus 5 food poison points or something like that. You basically get a temporary kind of negating effect that mitigates it. So you can't chain eat it. Like it's almost like an effective cooldown. But so yeah, I'm not fond of how long it takes crops to grow now. I usually get bit before any of the new crops will be done. Iron Gut might be legit now. Oh, is Iron Gut the one that gives you the resistance to food poisoning? I haven't really felt the need to do that. It's just specifically avoid weak stomach. Lemongrass has a cooldown of roughly 2 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's also a thing. I mean, if they made Iron Gut stronger, you might be able to eat stuff that right now, you know, like one of the conventional wisdom is if you don't know if a mushroom's not poison, you never, ever, ever eat the mushroom. You ate like 20 poisoned mushrooms and barely care. Oh, that is not how that should work. Let's see, War Machines. Crops are probably for the homebodies. Definitely feel like this was built for the dedicated farmer multiplayer, which the last bit I'm a little chilly on since you're almost exclusively a solar player. Well, I also am an exclusively solar player. I'm not thinking it's that. I'm thinking a lot of these changes is there's a lot of hope that our characters, that people being driven to get all these cool new things and needing to do all these cool new things will want to live much longer than they currently do. And the reality is just I don't think people die because of a lack of motivation to live longer. I think people die because it's genuinely a difficult game, and remaining patient long term is really hard. Gotcha, yeah. No, it didn't used to be that way, Raisin. It used to be if you took weak stomach, there was like if you were in really good shape, you could eat a berry. Like people would eat like half a berry to kind of test with weak stomach. But as well as things that Queasy would fall off and you ate an entire berry while like right after it fell off, you could ramp it up to a dangerous point. So it seems like they may have made the poison not quite as severe, which would be interesting. But yeah, I think the big problem is like they are adding a lot of incentive for you to live long. But I think my issue is that the problem with people not living long isn't a lack of incentive, it's that it's genuinely hard. You have to play cautious, you have to be meticulous and patient and all those. That is the only way you're going to live for a long time. It doesn't matter if you are the most skilled player that has ever walked the face of the earth. If you're impatient, you will die. Like, sooner or later, you're going to make that call where you run into a place that not quite ready for, and you will die. I honestly think it's totally fine as long as the cost of Iron Stomach is decent enough. Iron Stomach's what? 4, 5 points? I think 4? Honestly, 4 is not that cheap of a trait. I think that would be fair that you like, hey, not that you can fully ignore poison, but poison is mostly a non-issue. I think 4 points a reasonable price for that. I don't think you can justify Iron Gut. I'm not sure if you noticed the comment about being able to just eat poison mushrooms and it's being totally fine. If it's 4 points to literally be able to just walk out and eat literally anything other than like chugging bleach and be able to walk away as long as you don't really lean in on it, that honestly, I don't know if I would take it, mostly because challenge reasons. But it would definitely be one to be like, oh no, that's worth considering. That's really strong. You can also eat poison mushrooms, then your game is broken. Like I've eaten a quarter poison mushroom on a character before, and you just straight up die. Like lemongrass and everything, you just kind of nibble, and your character just watch those status things go through. Unless they nerfed poison mushrooms to the point that they're barely a blip. But that used to be kind of the thing with the poison mushrooms. It made Herbalist extremely good. Yeah, because if they've just nerfed poison mushrooms to be a non-threat, I actually think that's a bad move. Because that used to always be an interesting thing for me. It was like you could eat it, but if you got that poison wrong, it was a little thing. But it added a huge amount of value to Herbalist trait if you're doing a wilderness run. Because, you know, those mushrooms are actually pretty good for hunger. and it was just another option for food. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. With berries, I mean, you've seen me just chug down berries. But, build 41, and I don't run weak stomach. I would literally, like, 1/4 a mushroom and start eating it, give it, like, just a fraction of a second, and hit escape to cancel out real fast. And even that, you'd see queasy. Nauseous. Sick. Feverish. Like, poison mushrooms were just straight up murder on your character. Now, maybe Iron Gut changes that, because I've admittedly pretty much never run it. But yeah, no, people have seen that I know, like, how to juggle the poison and all that. And yeah, like, even the tiniest taste of poison from a poison mushroom just straight up murdered my characters. And that's, like, literally taking the smallest bite, hitting lemongrass, and just hoping for the best, and just watching my character slowly die. Now, granted, like, if Retinaro's tested stuff, I would absolutely take theirs, because I haven't done it for a very long time. Also, keep in mind, if you've been running any mods, it's possible a mod messed it with it as well. I found Project Zomboid mods are notorious for undocumented things. You're doing it right now? If you're doing it in Build 42 right now, it could be something's wrong with Build 42 right now, and that poison mushrooms are not poisonous at all, or are not as poisonous as they're supposed to be. But what you're saying you could do in Build 41, I'm like, nah, I mean, Build 42 having a bug, I believe, like, I could believe that. No problem, absolutely. Build 41 is like, no, I have killed characters where I've done that desperation nibble of a mushroom just to check it, lemongrass and everything, and just fell over dead in, you know, an in-game hour or two as the, you know, the severity kept ramping up more and more. And, you know, you just take off your clothes and go, well, and you had, like, the minimum nibble you can get away with. Like, Build 41 mushrooms just straight up murdered you. So, like, if you had that in Build 41, like, something wasn't right. Because I've tested that one a couple of times and gotten characters killed doing it. Was the first -8 hunger poison mushroom you tested with weak stomach, biting the whole thing, just killed you in Build 42. Yeah, and I would be surprised if something like that did that. The claim here is that with, like, normal stomach, we could eat a poison mushroom. I don't think there's a zombie around. I think that was literally just a nightmare. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just a nightmare. Let's see, your Build 41 gut check syncs with Rual. You would not think twice about eating a quarter of an unknown berry, easy, manageable, but you'd never eat a quarter of an unknown mushroom, always death. Yeah, and that's Build 41. That was my experience. And that's not weak stomach, nothing like that. Just regular old, like, not iron gut either, just right there in the middle. But that's the claim we've got right now, is that with a regular stomach you can eat like a quarter of a poison mushroom and you'll just be a-okay. Because I know in Build 41 that was a solid no-perino. Unless Unless something happened that they broke it, like, way later update, because I didn't go back and check it after the second or third time I did that to myself. Again, testing it, or being in a desperate situation where we were starving to death, so I'd nibble a quarter of a mushroom just trying to stave off starving to death. But that was going way back. That was early build 41. So if that didn't work, then some got busted, because that was the whole idea, was you'd have the poison berries, you could juggle those, and you had the poison mushrooms, and there was no juggling that. So that nightmare kind of screwed our sleep schedule for the week, or for the day. Because we're already at half. Normal stomach? Yeah, the thing we'd be looking at is eating a quarter. That's the claim here. Is can you eat a quarter of a poison mushroom and survive with normal stomach? But yeah, no, Iron Gut being able to just completely and utterly ignore, like, the poison is definitely feels broken. I'm okay with it though. I think that's fair, because Iron Stomach is kind of a meme. Well, that's one of the things that's like I really appreciate about Red Naru, is when there's something that I'm like, I'm not sure about this doesn't feel right or whatever. Red will just, you know, figure out ways to test it out, get all the details, and, you know, very meticulously going through all of them. Because a lot of times there's either like little bugs out in the fringes that, or like weird edge cases and all that we pick up. And yeah, it's a huge deal. Like, if it was on a brand new character I didn't care about, or I mean, I could make a brand new character, and I could quickly get, like, the, what is it? The herbalist trait. Just find a mushroom real fast, eat a quarter of a mushroom, and just see what happens when it's, once we verify it's poison. That's an easy one to test. I'm just not going to test on a character I care about because obvious reasons. And there's always kind of a juggle with testing. I've definitely tested stuff on stream. But low-key, it's kind of annoying when I go be like, hey, let me test this. And then I spend the next half hour while I'm trying to test something with people going, oh, did we die? Oh, did we die? And I get it. Like, I'm not on my main character. People genuinely think I died because they see a brand new character. It's a very valid thing to do. I kind of just don't like dealing with it. Like, it's fine when I actually died. But it's like, no, I'm testing something. No, I'm testing something. No, I'm testing something. So I low-key am not huge in doing it. It's different as, like, right at the beginning or end of stream. Because that's fine. But, like, in the middle, I don't tend to run much in the way of tests. Not unless I'm running into something that's, like, affecting my character. Like, oh, that's a real problem. But because you see that, you see people that in PoE 2 a lot. Oh, yeah. No, if you go and you hop on an alt for a little while, you just get an endless series of, did you die, did you die, did you die? Which is, again, it's a fair question. Like, especially if you've been doing a run on a hardcore character. A very fat... You can always put a thing... Hey, chat. What happens when I put on my screen, Venus is not dead? What is the number one question I get in chat when that happened? Was just all day, is your other character dead? Yeah, no, it was like, put it on tile. I even one case, I had a situation where it's like literally like a fourth of the screen that was like, Venus is not dead, because I wanted to do a different challenge. So I was literally covering a fourth of the actual scene, and people were still asking, it's like, oh no, did Venus die? Which, granted, it was pretty funny having one or two go, oh no, did Venus die? Wait, I'm stupid. Ignore me. Which, you know, you get a chuckle out of.
Yay. Oh no, Venus has died deaded. Rest in rib pieces.
Thank you, Senja Cookie, for the 100 biddies. Yeah, like, it's not a bad suggestion. It's just, very unfortunately, I've done that exact thing. And like the first time I just put like a little message like right, you know, the camera used to be down here, but like right above or below me that's like Venus is not dead or whatever character, like Jeremiah is not dead. You know, that kind of thing. And it seemed like I made it larger like the next time I put like you know, like almost where this is like a big text, and then last is I put like this giant monolithic thing, and still people just didn't notice it. Alright, sorry. Automod was just automodding. As a person who nearly compulsively read things, it always blows you away when people don't read stuff. And thank you, Pellinova, for the 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams without missing one, so thank you, one. Because Moore says, you're sad you missed yesterday. Been loving your streams. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. And it, you know, it's gonna happen. Because you gotta remember, people use mobile. The text is not just visible. There's that. When it was literally like the whole screen, that one, while I will usually come in the defense of the mobile viewers and all that, and that, you know, yeah, the screen's not the full size. Wait, did that not take any of it? Wait, did they change that? Oh, interesting. They've changed canceling out of eating. Because it used to be I could cancel near the end and you could kind of partially eat that way. Now it looks like it doesn't commit to you eating any until you get through the full bar. I think that's good, because the number of times they've seen someone like accidentally bad input and then start drinking bleach because they double clicked it or something like that. I think that's really good. Because that person, they'd start chugging, you know, they would double click the bleach, start chugging it on accident, and hit escape, and in build 41, you already dead. Your character just took a solid swig of bleach on accident. I don't think we're getting to sheep anytime soon. Is there a way to prevent those little trees from spawning later on? Oh, like in areas? You got 2 choices. One is you can go to your game settings, and they'll have a thing where it talks about, like, I think they call it erosion. I might have that the wrong setting. You can turn that off, and it will prevent the buildings from looking like they're getting all cracked, as well as the, Oh, that is what I wanted to hear, was maintenance 1. But yeah, so you can adjust erosion and turn it down to, like, nothing, and then the trees will never grow in, but your buildings also never look worn. Yeah, Eagle Eye makes this almost perfectly sideways, whereas normally it's got, like, a little bit of a cone in. That's what Eagle Eye's done. Axe making time? Probably. Let's actually go do that, because this thing's probably about to break anyways. The other thing you can do is you can build floor. If you put down floor, you cannot have trees grow where you put floor. Tropical storm warning imminent. 2 days. I get to see what the new tropical storms look like, because I've heard they're a thing. They were always pretty intense. Like, as someone who has been in many a hurricane and many a tropical storm, and you go in the in-game tropical storms, you're like, this is a fair representation of what this is like. The trees whipping around, the wind being like absolutely howling. You're definitely like, I shouldn't be outside right now. They don't have like the debris flying around or things that make them properly dangerous, like flooding and whatever. Yeah, I figured this was about spent, so it's good that we turned around. Yeah, the weather effects are good. Cool, we're gonna have a fun time. Yeah, we're gonna check to see what it is. We'll probably not be able to push and fight zombies during it. One of your long-term characters had a very cozy time sitting by the fire in a blizzard, listening to the wind howl and watching the snow blow. Yep. But it says that It would be mildly amused with the breeze whacking your character during tropical storms. Yeah, in video game context, you wouldn't want it to be a one-shot kill or anything, but you know, you'd run a character getting like a scratch or a laceration, you know, from the debris, which I think would be totally fair. Like make it so it's absolutely actually a thing to worry about. You know, then you'd always have the risk of a neck laceration, but the odds would be very low. Very last Dean. Luciferium can't be targeted by drug bitches, right? I don't think so. I don't keep Lucy around my colonies very often in RimWorld, though. It's powerful, you know, really powerful and useful stuff. It's just kind of one of those things that it's also real dangerous stuff if you get people on it. You'd really appreciate the zombies not ramming themselves into your van's trunk. Yep. There's a cabbage. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You keep Lucy for when stuff hits the fan as a last-ditch event. It can be useful. My big reason I don't keep, like, back in the day in RimWorld, I would keep a little bit of Lucy around once in a while. You need a fourth of the berry? Not even queasy? Okay. We were talking about poison mushrooms. We were talking about weak stomach, that it's been, like, nerfed. Because, like I said, you used to be able to eat... Oh, Mentotite mushroom? I'm going to wait to see what Rhett says, if Rhett's testing it. Which, for the record, anyone who's on, like, an actual run, don't just trust random things on the internet without testing them in runs you care about. Not, like, I'm not saying you're a liar or anything like that. I'm literally saying it's like, this is one of those things that you should, you know, like, test. You should test before you just do it. There's a reason I'm not testing it, and nor am even entertaining the idea of testing it. Like, I could test it on our save. I mean, we could test... You know what? Let's just test it real fast. We can try this real quick. We can test this real fast. So we can go solo, custom sandbox. I mean, it doesn't matter. We'll just, like, we'll literally hit Apocalypse. We won't even change the settings. Apocalypse. We'll choose Echo Creek. Actually, I'm going to choose Riverside because that's a place I know I can find stuff real quick. Our custom occupation, the only thing we're going to grab real fast is the Herbalist. Because that will let me see that. We could probably also check, yeah, we'll just check literally the Herbalist. Can find medicine herbs. Did they change that? Let's double check to make sure there isn't something I gotta worry about here. Because no, the Herbalist should give us the Herbalist Trader. It's fine. We'll just move forward, we'll move forward. Just too did you die? But you found some poison mushrooms with higher foraging, normal stomach, 1/4 of a -8 hunger, didn't die, -25 hunger, got sick but didn't die, 15 hunger, died. Feels like eating 1/2 to 1/4 does less poison than it should. Interesting. Interesting. So there's like something weird, because that used to be how poison mushrooms worked, was just a poison mushroom was just straight up, if you ate a poison mushroom, your character just died. Like that's how it used to be. It was just like instant get murdered. Huh. Yeah, I actually don't like that change, because that was always the big thing. You could gamble with the berries, but you couldn't gamble with the mushrooms. No, we didn't die. We're testing something because it kept coming up. But 1/4 is fine even with weak. I would not count on that staying that way. I think that no, mushrooms, they'll never do like the simulated drug tripping out and all that. You can get mods, they'll probably do it. Yeah, no, we're not dead. We're just doing a quick test real fast. I trust Red Naru. It's just like one of those things I'm like... You know, unfortunately we didn't have the results before I like switched, which that's like not blaming Red. Red's testing stuff, you know, just helping out. With Drunk giving you a shader now, we might get modded drug trips? Yeah, no, I could totally see mods doing it. But like... It is just one of those things. They're trying to find a mushroom real fast, and we're gonna slam a quarter mushroom. Like, I believe people, like Rhett, like, I absolutely believe you test and say, hey, this is how it turned out. It's like, yup. Rhett said, good enough for me. Have you seen the drunk effect? It's awful. No, I almost never get drunk. Come on, give me a mushroom. Usually I have no problems finding mushrooms. What are we testing again? Eating a partial poisonous mushroom? Like, we've got enough people verifying that's like, okay, I'm confident they're right, but I'm like, I already did the thing where I started a new save just to test. The one time I want to find a mushroom, it's gonna fight me. We'll try this for just a minute. If I can't find one, we'll just go on. Should taking the foraging trait? Well, I took herbalist, which is one of the foraging traits. No, I checked it. I'm seeing if we find more if we go into the forest. What if Herbalist removes poison from mushrooms so they can't be picked? No, what the way Herbalist works is it will let you know if it's a poison mushroom. It'll put a little green skull on it. So you know for a fact it's poisonous. Come on. This is supposed to be a quick test, because usually I can find mushrooms relatively quickly. Okay, so it's still considered forest. You find more mushrooms when traveling north? Didn't go into... No, I didn't just sit there and set myself to max. You'll find I almost never ever bring up debug. It's not I will literally never do it. I usually don't want to, because usually finding a mushroom happens very quickly. No, I could have fight zombies right now. We'll switch here in a moment. This is taking longer than I expected it to. I expected it to literally be eat mushroom, like quarter of mushroom, fast forward, see what happens. Because I know you could find mushrooms at 0 foraging. Well, I mean, we're at 1 foraging. I know you can find mushrooms that way, because I've definitely had many runs where the first thing I found is a mushroom. It's like, thanks, game. Okay. So that is a safe mushroom. So that doesn't work for our test. So we can just slam this whole mushroom, it's just fine. I used to exercise before sleep, but we have the muscle strain thing, so I've been not bothering. Yeah, no debug is super strong. It's not that I've never gone into debug, but it's usually a pretty rare thing. Come on. Just give me whatever it is. Another safe mushroom. Ah, here we go. Poisonous mushroom. So, this used to be fatal. Eating just that little bit used to be enough to kill you. Yeah, no, I mean, I would expect to already see sick by now. Yeah, we're definitely past the range. How long did it take? It didn't take any long at all in the past. It'd be literally within an in-game hour we'd be dealing with it. Like I should be sick by now. I don't have the watch in game to deal with it. Could install minimal display bars, check the temperature. I have the temperature. Our temperature's fine at the moment. See, like, our temperature's going up. I don't believe it has a sickness bar. Like, our temperature goes up a little. But then it comes back down before it becomes dangerous. So that was interesting. So when I ate the last chunk of the mushroom, our heat went up way more than the other three, like the other quarters. Because I did choose all because it was that last quarter. I couldn't choose the other one. Yeah, no, it was I ate the last bit of the last mushroom. Because there was only all. Let's go ahead and eat all in that one. This should kill us outright. Like, without question, this should just straight up murder us. Am I gonna make it through this too? What? No, like, my temperature's coming back down. Like, now we should be in serious trouble, because I just slammed 2 poisonous mushrooms back to back. Our temperature's coming back down. Yeah, no, but the cold of night shouldn't combat in any meaningful capacity. That should straight up murder you. Yeah, no, I believe you that there's something wrong with 42. Like 41, I know you couldn't do that because I've tried that in 41 where you just went like nibbled the tiniest little bit and you just watched your heat just keep going and keep getting sicker and sicker. What about 20 minutes of sit-ups every night? It would go away by the time you get to fight next day since your arms fatigue a lot. Yeah, no, I probably should be doing that. Yeah, no, that's definitely not a thing we want to do. Alright, so delete the Apocalypse character. And pick up where he left off. Yeah, no, something's not right there, because those poisonous mushrooms, those things used to straight up murder you. You'd nibble them, didn't matter what trait you took. You were just getting just absolutely wrecked from orbit levels of poison. I'm still hesitant to eat them, even having tested that. Because that feels like one of those things that you won't pay attention to. You'll get that patch notes, miss the fact they're like, oh yeah, we fixed poison mushrooms, or they failed to document it or something like that. Usually they're pretty good about those things. And then you know, because you get into that habit, and then just suddenly dead. That to me doesn't feel intended. Like, if you were to ask me, it's like, hey, do I think this is something safe to take advantage of? I'd give you a hard no. Because that's the kind of thing that, to me, is clearly a bug. Because otherwise, just delete poison. It serves no purpose. So we're in July. July isn't a Beth month or whatever, so we're gonna skip the cabbage. And then potatoes, I'm pretty sure, are not this season as well. We actually have... Oh, actually, April. You put those away. Alright. So let's make ourselves one hammer so I have a hammer. It's like pufferfish, it's all about preparation, which in this case is cutting into quarters. Well, no, that's the thing. We cut the first one to quarters, and then I just slammed like 3 of them. Seems wrong that eating an entire -8 hunger mushroom kills you, but eating 30 hunger worth of poisonous mushroom in pieces in a row doesn't. Yeah, no, there's definitely, like, I would not count on that. That to me screams bug. Because the fact that I was slamming one mushroom after the other whole, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. That to me is like, okay, but wait. It's just a matter of time before that gets patched and fixed. Those are some spicy concerns. Because like I said, historically, mushrooms in this game have been plays for keeps kind of poison. Like, you just do not mess with them. So for them to be basically a nothing burger now does not feel intended. Alright, we're just going through and making what we can. Alright, time for our Mount of Crude Axes. Yeah, there's definitely been some issues with the way food and drinks work in this version. Because now I have maintenance 1, I can make myself weapons. And this isn't me being like, let me lean on the axes because axes are best or anything like that. So my choices are I can make the hammer and I can make the axe. And so far it's felt pretty good to go with the axes. Probably get away with one more. I wonder why it was letting me craft those and then it didn't. No, I mean, I thought it let me choose. It's fine, whatever. Cool. Alright, so we've got all that sorted for right now. Let's see. Fluid transfer is hilarious. You can sneak a whole bleach bottle into your water and we'll be fine. Yeah, those are all things that can be kind of a fun meme to show off, but definitely be real careful with. Yeah, no, I'm glad we tested that. Like I said, though, I would not use the mushrooms. Even if they do work right now, that feels like a bug. That feels like a real big bug. It's one I would want the devs to come out and be like, okay, we've nerfed the severity of poison, and be like, cool, you know, exploit away. Well, not exploit at that point. It's just all right, eat away. Because if that's just how the game works, it's just how the game works. It's not a bug or exploit. Okay, you wonder if there's a way to purify water doing it? It'd be interesting. Because, I mean, there is stuff where they'll do that, where they'll take trace amounts of, you know, chlorine, bleach, that kind of thing, to sanitize water to make it safe. It's just the reality is, it's one of those things you don't want to mess with, because you get it wrong, it's real bad. You wonder if mushrooms work the same way food poisoning used to work? It's just a % chance you get sick? I mean, like, I've obviously not deliberately poisoned my characters many times. But it used to almost be, if you ate any of the poison stuff, you very consistently got roughly the same results. Let's see, how do you feel about rare loot now build for you? You're a fan, adds realism. I don't actually care about realism at all. But I've been very happy with the loot. Granted, I've been doing 16 times pop stuff, so we've really not gotten to experience most of the loot changes. Also, do you think not being able to wash rags in sinks is a mistake? Yeah, no, that's to a bug. Like, I would put money down the inability to wash rags is a bug. That said, maybe it's not, because you have rag, you have disinfected rag, and you have dirty rag. You know, whether it's bloody or whatever. And I don't mind being able to take a dirty rag and make it into a regular rag, because it's not a disinfected rag. So it's weird that we don't have that. I think that's literally a bug. Okay. But yeah, as far as the loot goes, I appreciate that. Like, getting less loot, I understand, like, the argument's like, well, it's realistic because people would take it or whatever. But at the same token, if we're going to realistic loot, you'd want to turn around and slam the loot to the maximum quantity. Because if you go into the typical person's cupboard, they probably got a whole bunch of mildly expired to moderately expired canned soup and beans and corns and things of mashed potatoes that are like the dried mashed potatoes in the 90s and all that. Like, you're going to have a lot of just non-perishables stacked up in there that a single house would probably feed you for a good week or so before even having to think about it. Which would probably be no fun. because you go into a house and just have tons, versus the whole idea behind realism of it being gradually picked out. That, sure. Well, it's all that stuff you bought, and you'd be like, oh yeah, you know, I like clam chowder. I'll get a can of clam chowder, and then you toss it in there, and then some stuff gets moved around, and now it gets pushed to the back, and you totally forget that you ever had clam chowder. You know, the bottle of teriyaki sauce that's been in your fridge since 1992. You know, it's got its own measurable IQ now. It's working on completing sentences. But you know, it's still in there. It's fine. It should create its new classification of life. Scientists would like to study it. It's always been your immersion break and product Zomboid. Everyone apparently synced up Grocery Day. The apocalypse happened to land at Groceries Day. Yeah, exactly. But I think that's good. That's a game balance kind of thing. Like if we had realistic amounts of these things, you would not have fun because you'd go to the grocery store and you could live there for a very long time. The interesting thing about real life when you talk about, you know, you have the end of the world scenarios that like, oh no, the power grid has totally failed and everyone is gone. You're the last survivor on Earth, but it's like, you know, someone just snapped and everyone is gone. And you'd be like, okay, cool, like I can go to the grocery store and I can live for hundreds and hundreds of years or whatever. And it's like, actually not really. Because if you actually consider a real life grocery store, and you look at that situation where the food... Have I seen the food theory about living in a grocery store? I haven't. But that's literally what it's about to talk about, is like, there's been studies about how long you could theoretically survive in a grocery store. It ends up being way shorter than you'd think. And the big problem is, if you think about your grocery store, like the outer periphery will usually be like your dairy, your meat, all that. You'll have like the last 3-4 aisles will be, you know, frozen products and all that. All that crap's gone the first week that the power goes. Like, you're gonna have that wiped out within, like, the first week and a half when your power goes. Like, all the meat goes bad, all the dairy goes bad. You know, it's just all rotten in there. And so then that cleans out all the outside. And then you've got soda, but that's empty calories. It has, like, no real good nutrition. You're not getting any of your vitamins or proteins or anything like that. So sure. It's not actually a bad source of water, but as far as like actual usable calories and nutrition, soda's not going to give you anything. And all the bottles of water and all that'll last you a good while, but it's water and all that. And so you sit there and you've already depleted about half the grocery store, and you're only about a week and a half out. Some of the bakery goods would last a little bit longer. Your produce section would also, like, you'd have certain items in your produce section that would make it a little while, but the vast majority of your produce section, the fruits and all that, would go super fast. So then you go and you go, okay, well, what's the next thing? Okay, you could get to, like, your aisle that's, like, all your bags of potato chips and all that, but you'd go through that real quick. Like, all that, because most of those bags are mostly air. So as far as, like, the amount of actual calories, like, you get those giant bags of potato chips, and for the empty calories that a lot of them are, that whole bag usually ends up being, like, 1,400 to 2,000 calories. That's basically a day's worth of food for calories, depending on how active you are. Because, you know, just sustaining life is going to be somewhere in the area of, like, 900 to 1,200 calories. Not... Like, literally, that's you sitting, not moving any more than you absolutely need. And just, like, laying there. And so you get through the junk food aisle. That takes you a couple, you know, week or 2 or 3 or whatever. And you need, like, yeah, you could use the multivitamins to offset the bag of chips. So you get yourself a good little while out of the chip aisle. And that's another aisle off your regimen. And so you move forward one. And now you're at, like, the cereal aisle. The cereal aisle again, for balanced food isn't going to help you. It's got a lot of empty grains and all that. You're going to get your dietary fiber, but as far as your vitamins, good luck. You're not getting your vitamins. All that stuff. But you could live a little while on that. It wouldn't be living well, but you could technically survive for a period of time of that. You'd worry about things like scurvy long term, but short term, you could probably do that. And then that's another aisle knocked off, because then you have like what? Like your stuff like Hispanic and Asian foods usually have like an aisle that's just a variety of those. And that would be a mixed bag, because like you'd have stuff like the beans and all that. Those would be great. The beans would be solid. But again, a can of beans being like 200-300 calories or whatever, you're going through like 6 cans of beans a day if you're eating just beans. And for as many as they shelf, you're going through like one entire set of beans in the matter of a couple of days. You're still gonna burn through that aisle in a couple of weeks at that. And again, you're not getting any good sources like vitamin C and all that. Not really. You get to like the canned fruit, you're probably going to be augmenting those other things with your canned fruit and all that. The dry beans, rice are going great, and if you have access to water, yeah. Honestly, raiding a bodybuilding store might be the best idea. Get protein and multivitamins. Yeah. I mean, a lot of that is a lot of calories too. But also, for those who don't know FG, if we can get a shout out for FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend. Usually streams directly at the time I wrap up. It's like, I was going to say it's one of the channels I tune into the most. It's quite literally the channel I tune into the most. Tomato. Planting seasons. Okay, so we're not in the good planting season for tomato, but the carrots we could stick down. But yeah, again, check out FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm in. Might be biased, but I think the best stream team on Twitch. Again, might be a smidge biased. That might not be an objective and measurable thing, but you know, in Rual units it is. I checked. But again, drop file, do all that stuff. But yeah, no, it's one of those things, because I remember this is a thing that came up in disaster preparedness things. I've been involved in a lot of those because I have family who that's literally what they do for a living. And then I have been involved in that, dealing with like hurricane write-outs and all that kind of stuff for city government and all that. And it's one of those things that you look at an entire grocery store and you come to realize a full grocery store for one adult person, even if you're being careful and trying to ration it reasonably well. Like, we're not talking rationing, waiting for help to arrive. We're talking about you just need to survive for more than a brief period. An entire grocery store worth of food only lasts you a couple of months. And you consider just the sheer volume of food in there and how little time it lasts to get through. And it really makes you recognize just how much food a person needs to live. And again, that's not living well. That's your potentially facing scurvy and stuff like that, because you're getting your calories, but you're definitely not getting any type of reasonable balance. All right, of these, the cherries will probably go first. The cherries in Product Zomboid have a shelf life of like 30 seconds. It's not that bad, but cherries and strawberries in Product Zomboid straight up just go. As you have all the things you'd need to season dry meat, preserve fruits. You have lots of dries, pastas, sauces, canned goods. Yeah, you do. And don't get me wrong, if you were careful and all that, you think MatPat estimated 30 years or so? Oh man, that is not the results we came up with. Yeah, no, if you were really careful and you preserved the meat using the salt and sugar you had there, you could probably extend that. But even preserved meat doesn't last forever, and it's not like you're gonna have like a special cellar or anything like that you can long term, because the assumption here is you lose power. Like you're just doing that. That might actually be the difference between what MatPat did and what I'm talking about. Because with power, you could potentially buy a bunch of time out of the food, like out of the meat and all that. You could buy yourself a good couple of weeks or whatever. Couple of months probably, because that's very calorie dense. So yeah, you could probably buy a couple months out of that. Then you'd have your frozen good. Could probably buy a good number of months. I would be amazed at 30 years. 30 years sounds way outside what is reasonable. Don't forget to include stuff not on the shelf. There's usually 2 to 10 times in the back. That's fair. But yeah, the point was more that you would assume you'd go to a grocery store and be set for near life, you know, barring when even the long-lasting things start to expire. But it's just, you go through food fast. And that, it can also be where you do your grocery stores, because the way we operate grocery stores here in the US is very different from other places too. Yeah, everything would spoil in less than 30 years. That's the reason I'm like, 30 years, I'm like, I don't know. 30 years, even your canned goods are gone. Yeah, no, MatPat doesn't do it anymore. He's retired from doing that stuff. I do not have the respawn turned on in games. Yeah, no, 30 years sounds wrong to me. Like, I think pushing more than a year out would be a stretch. You gotta keep in mind with logistics and food in modern times, it's, you know... Yeah, like, one thing he did was make fertilizer grow potatoes. Oh, well, that's... Okay. Alright, hang on. Time out. We're, like, okay, so we're talking two different situations. So if you're allowed to grow stuff in there with all the stuff there, you could definitely get that to extend out a very long time, because there's definitely enough stuff that you could effectively make a farm. Like a full-blown farm over the course of a couple years. Because even stuff like the pineapples, so let's say there's only like 30 pineapples in the whole store. You chuck those 30 pineapples in the ground, sure, you're only getting 30 pineapples the next year, but then the next year after that you get 60, and the next year after that you get 120, the next year after that you get 240, the next year after that you get 480. You get where this is going. And so it could be one of those things that you just keep doing that with the various crops and all that. That you take the potatoes, take some of them to plant and recover the numbers, and you take some of them to eat. In other words, you could do 30 years in real life with item respawn. Yeah, the real thing defined as not a grocery store, but a logistics supply hub. Stocks dozens of grocery stores. Yeah, no, if you got into a giant warehouse... Some grocery stores straight up have seeds for planting seeds. Yeah, no, we're talking about growing stuff, but I was talking about, like, supplies on the shelf kind of thing. Like, if you like, you rolled -50 in growing, you touch a plant, it withers and it dies. You look the other way and the plant withers and dies. You're just that bad of a farmer. You've never read, the most you know is, like, you take your seeds and you just drop a bunch of seeds on the ground, on the asphalt, because you just don't know anything about farming, and you just gotta make do. So we're talking, you're in the store, there's food there, and you can eat it. That's where my numbers were coming from. Yeah, the moment you get farming involved, in theory, you could live indefinitely. You know, assuming there was enough there to grow and sustain. Which I imagine then MatPat's 30 years is probably getting to the point where it's like, okay, you growing your own stuff by yourself, like, as a full-grown adult, taking care of this. When would be the point that, you know, maybe age would become a, you know, genuine factor that you wouldn't be able to realistically do all the work you need to do to sustain yourself by yourself, because that is actually a thing that occurs, that, you know, the body ages. Your ability to do stuff gets withered. It's not that, oh no, you've hit the ripe old age of 50, you're done. I'm not trying to imply that. Alright, FG, you have yourself a good breakfast and all that. Thank you again for hanging out and all that. You also need a lot of space to farm, even to feed yourself? Yeah, well, I mean, in this assumption where everyone's gone, the theory was you could just go outside and find a spot. Go to the median of the highway, you got 2 rows of crops. I actually doubt that'd be any good. I have no idea what the what depth is. Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. There's a lot of trees that you plant them, And you get nothing out of them for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. A lot of nut trees are that way. Okay. Yeah, I've been putting this stuff in the ground, but you notice I have not been taking any time to try and water them or anything. I'm honestly pretty demotivated from putting the effort into those crops at all, because just the sheer length of survival required. Even in my runs that I've lived over a year, the reality is I don't stay in one spot that long. Like, usually the first spot I'll end up staying in like 6, 8, 10 months or something like that. But after that, looking for more goods or looking for more looking for things, you have to travel to go get them. Mass planting. Oh, yeah, and that's the whole thing. Yeah, no, growing stuff, I could see you, if not living forever, pushing it out for a very long time. You know, and one would assume at that point you could find other resources of food to augment what you got and all that. That genuinely your concern would start to be, you know, age and general health stuff being the bigger threat than your food. Because I imagine in that horrible situation where that actually might be why the 30 years is I'm willing to bet in the 30 years your diet would get horrifically unbalanced because you're trying to do it all yourself. So you just wouldn't have access to, you know, the stuff to eat properly for keeping yourself in good, healthy shape. So you'd be dealing with stuff like maybe protein deficiencies or whatever that over time become dangerous to a unsustainable level. Still interesting. But yeah, no, the point I was going with was for the stuff we did. Let's see, the Guatemala ancient people didn't plant corn because the crop yield was minuscule compared to the Buckeye nut trees they had. They could irrigate the trees with way less water, so they made flat breads with the nut flour and not corn. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. But yeah, and it was a thing we did for like a thought experiment for disaster preparedness, and it was one of those things that, like, yeah, if you had to depend on the food in a grocery store exclusively, it was one of those things that a grocery store's food only lasted you a couple of months. But it was one of those things that very quickly, you know, we talked about, oh yeah, you can salt to preserve meat, but one of the key components with using salting to preserve meat was usually having someplace cool that you could store it to. Not necessarily need to be a freezer or something like that, but like a cellar or something. You know, even salted meat isn't forever. Now granted, you could potentially, if you knew what you're doing, make like dry racks and dry out the meat and make jerky and all that. But realistically, you're probably not pulling that off in the grocery store by yourself, so I'd say that falls outside the scope of the consideration. Like, that gets into kind of the farming thing, where it's like, okay, but this requires you to know how to do all these things and to have what you need to do all these things. The grocery store made marmalade literally developed French as a scurvy combat. Yeah, but that'd be the thing, is you go through your marmalade and then the marmalade's gone. But yeah, the big things that was a consideration is, in that situation, a lot of food doesn't last super long, and so you couldn't get through eating it before it goes bad. Be sure to hit up the library day one of the apocalypse. The amount of calories in red beans and rice alone would feed one person for over a year unless the store is empty. That's just ridiculous. Well, no, when you think about it, because again, we're talking the full you need to get your, you know, 1,200 calories a day or whatever. So I eat brown rice a lot of days, and yeah, I get like a cup or so of brown rice, and that ends up being like 200 calories. That's actually a pretty respectable amount of calories for the volume. But if you're sitting there doing that, that means you're eating, for getting your 1,200 calories a day, you're eating like 6 cups of rice. And that's like prepared, I believe it'd be 6 cups, not raw. So that means you're going through a whole bag of rice, like not the small bags, but like the medium bags, not the giant bags. You're doing that in a couple of days. Like that's just the thing. We require a lot of calories to function. A lot of syrups have vitamin C. So it's just one of those things that, sure, the rice aisle would probably be one of the aisles that lasts the longest. But also the problem you're dealing with there is most rice is pretty devoid of a lot of stuff. Brown rice is pretty good, but like white rice is pretty garbage when it comes to actual nutrition outside of raw calorie. You know, if we're getting into like doing entire like preservation things and survival stuff and all that, but like, what are the odds that any individual you chuck into a random grocery store is going to have the know-how and the means to produce all of what they need? The 1,200 calories is incredibly low for almost anyone. Yep. But that's the reason why you set the bar there for, like, the initial... Alright, let's set the... Like, let's figure it out. Because if you set it that low, then, you know, it's going to be less than that amount of time. Alright. It said, period of tropical storm tomorrow early morning. With enough time you can figure it out? That's cool, Emil. Where are you gonna figure it out from? You know, assuming no internet, you just can't find materials. That's my whole thing. Like, yes, with a whole bunch of other stuff, you might be able to extend it. I'm not saying you couldn't realistically extend it farther. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The idea, the thought here, was that with the food in the store, how long would you realistically last just eating it? For one adult. Mostly it was trying to get around the idea that, you know, you could go to a local store and they would have food forever. And people not really understanding that's just not the case. That you go to the local store and the vast majority of the food would be expired to like a point of dangerous to eat in a matter of only a couple of days after the power goes. Like all the dairy, a couple days at, you know, proper temperature. Like just, you know, 70, 80 degrees or something. Most of your dairy is gone. It's not safe to eat anymore. You could eat it if you're desperate, but you're putting yourself at pretty strong risk of food poisoning. And there's definitely one thing that we learned with doing like survival training. They're like, yeah, food poisoning kills you. When you're in a survival situation, getting food poisoning. For yours, easy. Alright, I mean, I hear you claiming this, but I also know people who specifically focused on survival stuff and emergency situations giving me completely different information. So, your napkin mathing it versus people who actually sat down and did the research, got the numbers, did the comparisons, went through and did the entire evaluations where they had to like double and triple check it. And so... there's mass amounts of calories in nuts. You're not wrong. But again, you look at a grocery store and how many aisles of nuts do you have? You have usually like a sixth of an aisle that is nuts. And most of those are not just straight up nuts, they're like mixes of stuff. So you've got nuts and then you got other junk in there that's not as calorie dense. So actually we can do this right here. Because I just so happen to have right here a container of nuts. So a container of nuts has calories of 170. So let's see here. So calculator. So we have 170 calories per serving and 35 servings in a container. So that's about 6,000 calories. We divide that by 1,200. So this is 4 days, just over 4 days of food. And so if we go into an aisle and they have like you know, again, probably something like 6 feet wide worth of nuts. So that's probably what? 2,000 calories a day? Yeah, no, Lomac, you're just wrong, man. I hate to break it to you, you're just wrong. Because that container is 4 days, if you're surviving exclusively on nuts, and if all nuts are all that. Yeah, Emma, we're strictly talking about the amount of food in a grocery store. This isn't being like, oh, how long could you survive with knowledge and doing all this. The big thing we were tackling with the information of this test was just the idea that you could go into a grocery store and you would be set for a year or whatever. Like that's the thought experiment. Is you got a grocery store, how much food do you have in a grocery store? How long could you survive on that food in the grocery store exclusively and individually? We're not talking about surviving by farming, we're not talking about surviving by hunting or fishing or anything else. You think it'd last a year? But that's the thing, I'm saying we literally had actual studies that I was part of that, you know, like I wasn't doing the numbers and all that, and it ends up being way, way, way shorter than you think. Because when you look at the footprint of a grocery store, you have a lot of stuff that isn't food in a grocery store. And they come in different sizes too, which is obviously a comparison. This was a typical neighborhood grocery store, not some big city. What did they conclude? It was a matter of like, I think it was like 5 or 6 months. It was not as long as you'd think. And the last of those months, you were eating basically just dry goods that didn't really have much in the way of vitamins or anything like that. Yeah, and like the average person, by the time you figure out how to preserve things, your stuff is already rotted. Unless you just already had that knowledge. Now, if you like super hyper rationed, maybe you could get it longer. Like the average Whole Foods in New York could probably last. Yeah, no, if you're in an area that's a very high population density or have a particularly large grocery store, like some type of like super center grocery store, sure, you're gonna have different mileage. But this is taking like your typical like neighborhood Publix, Winn-Dixie, Kroger's, insert thing there, because part of it is there's a large amount of the grocery store that isn't even selling food. Like it's, you know, stuff like rice cookers and pans and, you know, charcoal and all these other things. I wonder how good that is. I never tried the table egg. I imagine it's terrible, but... So long as you think it was 2 to 5 years, yeah, no, like we didn't... Like if you're sustaining yourself, like eating enough to survive and not have negative health implications. So again, we're talking like 1,200 calories, which is pretty shy. Yeah, you got the cleaning aisles, the food storage aisles, so far as like Tupperware or whatever the new things are now. Tupperware's basically gone out of business. If you live in Texas and it's Walmart, you're probably fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so it's the point being is that when you deal with a lot of food, we have just in time is how a lot of food is handled worldwide, where the grocery store only has enough food to usually last the area around it a couple of days at the absolute max. And that's like just its own customers around it. And then even if you sat there and got rid of all the people and cut it down to one person, that just-in-time delivery really means you don't get very far with it. It's basically that people greatly overestimate the availability of resources around them. Let's see. Imagine what the average person eats over a year, and imagine that shelf. It wouldn't even fill a single aisle. Oh, that is... You're saying stuff, Lomac, and you're just blowing steam out your butt, buddy. Again, actually did research, actually did measurements. actually took inventories and considering that. And so you're claiming stuff, and I'm saying, hey, did the numbers. Sat down and did the numbers. It's like walking outside, looking at the sky, and being like, you know what? I think we'll get 10 days of rain this year. You know what? I feel very strongly about this. I think that's right. That's what's happening right now. And obviously it's not quite to that extreme, but you get the idea. Alright, well, goodbye, Lomac. It'd need to be a big isle, the average person for over a year, and a year's a long time. Well, that's the whole thing. With our comparison of a container of nuts going for about 4 days, and again, we're talking just the 1,200 calories. And on a single row, you might have, like, 4, salted peanuts or whatever. You might have 6 to 8 containers. And then you go to the next one next to it, and it's like honey roasted. And 6 to 8 containers. Oh, yeah. I should do the thing. Hopefully the audio didn't get messed up.
You are condemned.
Because, like, I'm down for people disagreeing with me. That's fine. But when someone sits there and be like, you're just saying BS or whatever, it's like, all right. Yeah, Lomac was on YouTube. When you're, like, flat out saying, like, you're a liar or whatever, it's like, all right. I can help you. I assume you don't want to hang out with a liar. You can choose to not. It's like, obviously I'm not a subject matter expert on, like, preservation of food or whatever, but I do have a background that involves disaster preparedness. And so it was kind of one of those things that, he was basically saying you could live an entire year and it wouldn't even fill up a single aisle. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just objectively wrong. And, being part of, like, an actual study who's done the research and basically telling me I'm full of crap, I'm like, all right, well, just go away. That's fine. That's easy to solve. Alcohol has a lot of calories, by the way. Not much nutrition, though. Yeah, no, a single aisle is like, nah, man, you're not even close. Like, people underestimate how much. It's the same thing with trash generation. The amount of trash generation a person does on average per day is a mind-boggling amount. And you'd be like, nah, man, there's no way. I can't remember what it was. It was something like 12 pounds a day. And so you sit there and you get up to a full year at like 12 pounds a day. I don't know, like, don't quote me on that number. That number is pulled out of my butt because I don't remember what it is. But it ends up being like literally a individual person pulls like over a metric ton or some ridiculous garbage. Quite literally garbage in this case. And you'd be like, no, there's no way that's right. And you take into consideration all those, like, you had a couple sodas today. Every one of those sodas adds, some weight on there. You had a bunch of, like, food today. All those food came from a variety of containers and packages. And you can just, the amount of waste you produce in a given day is staggering. Yeah, the 12 pounds is probably wrong. Like I said, I'm trying to go on memory in that one. That one I don't say with any confidence. But I do remember it being an absolutely absurd amount per year. I'm sure someone can find a study for that in like 2 seconds. I'm sure it's been tested way, way too many times. You work on taking those average numbers down, but it's not enough. Oh, do you actually like know what the average number are? Because like I said, I'm pulling this out of my butt, so I have no confidence I have that one right. The waste per day. That one I wasn't involved, so that one's going on memory, and you know how that is. But I mean, a big part of it, and this is again not talking like, oh, what's the minimum? This is like literally just the average person. But it is one of those things that the average is about 4.9 pounds of waste per day. Gotcha. So I'm aiming high there. Gotcha. Good to know. I'm also, like, that information that I got for that would have been way out of date, too. Before the waste. So, 4.9. So we'll just call it 5 pounds even. So 365 days, that's 1,500... Like, actually, that'd almost be exactly 2,000 pounds by the time you're done. Yep. 4.9 pounds per day is about 1,800. Yeah, so I was right about the ton, wrong about the day amount per day. Could give you the benefit of the doubt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's right about the cumulative for the year, wrong about the daily. So it's just one of those things that you think about the total population, the amount of trash produced per year, and you're just like, dear goodness. Yeah, no, it's accounting for everything. It's just the average amount of like pollution or like trash you produce per day. So yeah, it would be food, packaging, and all that. If you bought, hobby stuff, it's packaging. Blowing your nose, that's more pollution so far as just garbage. So it's just one of those things that on average, and this is just a human nature thing, on average you have a tendency to assume you need less than you really do, that you cause more and all that. No, but the ton was about the average produced garbage per day, or sorry, not per day, Jesus, per year, per person. Like I remember, like, because I had that number pretty much spot on, so that I believe. Versus the 12 pounds I was very not confident in. But yeah, that's just the whole thing with the grocery stores. People assume it's like, oh yeah, no, I don't eat that much. I'm a light eater. I could get through a grocery store. It'd probably last me a good couple years. And then actually doing the number, it's like, you'd eat terribly. By the way, you'd also run out of food within a couple of months. Again, like 4, 5, 6 months. I don't remember the exact amount. But the point was, it was really not a long time. Yeah, no, it's like obviously not verified the facts kind of thing. Just quick Google. Yeah, no, when you said 30 years, I'm like, what on earth? And they're like, oh yeah, you grow stuff. I'm like, oh, well, we're just testing different scenarios. Curious what the skills are right now? So right now we're about 1.5 short blunt skill. We are at maintenance about 1 1/5, maybe 1 1/4. We're at 2 strength, 1 fitness. No one cares about light-footed sneaking. We're about to hit 1 nimble, and we are at 4 foraging. So we're not very high, but that's because the maintenance ends up being this absolute cliff at 0. Go to the store, you're going to warehouse. Yeah, no, if you hit up like a distribution center or something, sure, again, you're gonna be eating terribly because you're gonna get through all like those good fresh things pretty quick because they'll spoil. But you're gonna get plenty of cereal. You'll probably find plenty of canned fruit and canned, veggies and all that. Yesterday's character? This is the same character as yesterday. The character from the day before died. But nah, Evan's still alive. Empty's saying, yeah, I mean, canned fruit isn't as good as fresh, but they'd be better than not eating all. Oh yeah, no, agreed. Like, you'd definitely be surviving, and you wouldn't be dealing with, like, scurvy and all that. Your sodium intake would be biblical. Like, your sodium intake would be horrendously bad after you get through, like, the fresh stuff starts going bad. But, we're talking survival here. If you have to worry about, sodium and heart problems, I feel like you've made it pretty far. You're gonna be drinking a lot of water, that's all I'm saying. Okay, and what about you two? Radishes? Radishes next month will be better for radishes, so we're gonna wait to plant those. Broccoli, we should plant right now. Taco nuggets? What? Let's see, how about if you decide to eat a little bit of everything, to have the balance? Well, that's the thing. Early on, you could do all right. Like, that's the thing. Right towards the beginning, you could do relatively okay. because you wouldn't have a lot of your vegetables and all that would have expired or anything. You could avoid eating the really sodium heavy stuff and all that. So early on, for like the first couple weeks, you'd be pretty all right. It's when all your like your shelved produce and all that starts going that things take a quick turn. Because then you have to depend on, you know, boxes and cans for just about everything. Yeah, and I have no context with a distribution center. I think that would depend wildly because distribution centers would massively vary one to another. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You could certainly eat a more balanced diet. I think the big problem you run into is the early stuff. Like, the early stuff you'd run into would be just the whole thing of... You just got a lot of stuff that doesn't last. Hi.
Boing. I love you the most out of all the boys in all the land.
And I love you more.
You're a cutie.
And FG says hi. She said hi back. I wasn't sure if she was going to hear me or not. You also do sterilized jars. It's a massive undertaking. Yeah. Yeah, no, the big thing... Yeah, like, again, if we're talking distribution center, there would definitely be a point where you know, you'd get to those points where it's like, okay, yeah, a lot of those canned goods are still probably fine, but also a lot of those canned goods are probably getting dodgy. And it's not like you just easily spot the one. Like, you'd have to open them and try and sniff test them kind of thing and be like, are you still okay? And again, a lot of them would go way past their expiration date. But there's definitely a point where you go, alright, I don't know about this. Yeah, no, I've done a decent amount of pickling myself. And you could certainly do that. That's actually not a bad point. I think one problem you'd run into with the pickling side of things is you'd go into the grocery store and you'd probably find yourself, they usually have empty jars for pickling. And I'm willing to bet you could probably find yourself, what, like a good 2 shelves worth of various size jars or whatever, that if you were smart, you could grab a bunch of the vinegar that you're not really going to be able to eat, and go and quickly pickle up a whole bunch of jars, and then buy you extra time. Now again, you're talking fruits and veggies which are low on calories, but it definitely means you'd be able to go a bit longer where you're eating more than just salt in a box. Let's see. Stonic just said, your local grocery store lasts you around 4 months with a balanced diet, just calculated? Okay, I'm curious how you did the calculation, but, I mean, the timing would be about right. Let's see, when do you eventually take on the plan of a grueling task of pushing into a town? Right now, we're just trying to figure out... The thing I need to do is I want to get back up to this farm. The problem is, without a car, it's really hard for me to get around anywhere. So what I need to do is secure my high calories, because we are just now hitting the healthy range of weight. But I need to secure things so I can get the milk from the sheep. Because until I do that, I'm living on borrowed time. That'll continue to shed more and more weight until we actually manage to get butter going. Or doing that thing. Start eating some pickled stuff, and then pickled juice, pickled refresh. Yeah, it is one of those things you gotta be careful when you reuse jars pickling, even the ones specifically designed for it. Every time you pickle the jar, or do the pickling, the, Oh, again, I need to stop having that. The likelihood of the seal being good gets worse and worse. Because that wax ring does not keep up forever. It'd still be worth doing. It's just one of those things that you'd reach a point where you'd have to start going, okay, but really, is this any good? And obviously, if you're in a survival situation and you're out of food, there's ways they figured out stuff that you would normally think could not be eaten. We figure out actually can be eaten. And it's because things got bad and someone ate them. That, you know, you had milk in something and it turned and became cheese, and you stared at it going, well, I don't have another option, so I guess I'm eating this. I wonder how vegan would last versus compared to others. Honestly, I don't think it would impact it as much as you'd think, Pelanova. I mean, give or take. Because again, the problem is the dairy meat and all that goes first. And so, yeah, they would lose out on that part of the store. But then you'd sit there and you'd turn around and you get to, like, canned meat. And sure, there'd definitely be, you know, a decent amount of days lost from just not eating, like, canned meat and chilies and all that. I mean, I guess you'd lose a lot of the soup aisle. I didn't think about that. Actually, that would cost you a lot of time as the soup aisle. Because how many things are made with beef broth and chicken broth and all that. But, like, the cereal aisle, that would be probably fine. You know, actually, I have no idea, like, how many cereals and that are made with milk products or whatever. Let's see, you took in the grains, pasta, canned goods on shelves. Perishables will perish 3 to 5 days without electricity. Didn't take water consumption. Yeah, I mean, water consumption. Most likely, if you put water consumption and you assume you can get no additional water, that would be, like, all the other information would go out the window, because most of your fruit juices and all that would last a couple of days and be gone. You know, the milk and, like, the water and milk would be gone in no time. You'd have, like, your soda aisle and your water aisle, but the amount of water you need to keep a person alive is, what, 2 gallons a day or something like that? Gallon a day, whatever it was. You would blast through the water aisle pretty dang quick. Water takes a lot of space to store. So any of the stuff that wouldn't expire liquids-wise for your water would be gone relatively quick. And especially if you get to the point of eating, you know, you're eating cereal, you're eating nuts, you're eating, you know, rice cakes and rice and all that as your main food source, because you're starting to deplete your non-dried goods, potato chips, pretzels, all that. You're just going to make your water consumption be that much more of an issue. So 700 liters of clean water a year. Oh god, stop, you're giving me dry mouth as we speak. Water plugins to be run? Yeah, that's the thing. We weren't taking into consideration the water. It was just like, okay, in our scenario, assuming that, because that's another thing is we're talking like you can only use resources internal to the grocery store. We would assume plumbing would be part of it. That's actually another thing that a lot of people. There's been a lot of series that have explored the idea that just suddenly people are gone, zombie apocalypse, and people just assume the water and power infrastructure would last for any real length of time. Even Project Zomboid is pretty generous in how long your power lasts. Like these kind of things tend to not last as long. There's lots of routine maintenance. And it's just one of those things that once one thing goes between you and the other area, the whole thing starts failing. I mean, hell, you have a cold night and the whole grid goes down in a lot of places. Hey, Lanix. You have a good one. And thank you for popping in, I appreciate it. Pull over quick, pull over quick, pull over quick. Ah, don't do this, come on. This is workable, this is workable. It's not workable now. Oh, let's not get ourselves killed dumb with that. Oh, I have a whole extra crude axe. What am I doing? I forgot I had a second crude axe. I just sit here going, man. Alright, so we're pushing our muscle strain and our exertion a bit farther than I really want to. And it's not that you can't get 4 zombies to fall down where you can deal with them. It's just very unlikely to do with a consistency. You just kind of have to hope the timing goes right. And as you get more and more exhausted, you'll get less and less likely you can pull it off anyways. It lasted 1 hit after the thing broke. Alright, so we are unfortunately high exertion, drowsy. We're just gonna walk away from this problem for right now. This is one of those ones we can keep engaging at our own peril. Yeah, because they're still bunched up. You have river and forest to last. You assume would use it as a source. Yeah. Sleep. Yeah, we'll be heading that way. It's getting late in character anyways. So it is just one of those things I need to deal with. Yeah, so you're following me close enough. I think you gotta die. Because we're getting close enough to home. I don't want to leave zombies here. But just you, that's fine. Because I did mess all of them up pretty badly. I'm gonna mop them up. We did hit them all with a stone axe a pretty good number of times, and yeah, we had exertion going. Yeah, considering the level of exertion we're at. Let's let you get over here first, before we alert your friend. Oh yeah, we got sheep. Cool. Now let's get home. That way, during the tropical storm we have the next day, I don't have to worry about them rolling in. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be wrong that the typical building has, like, a water heater or some type of localized storage. You know, and they're usually, like, depending on the size of it, for residential, there'll be, like, 60, 80, 100 gallon. I have no idea what the commercial storage for, like, a grocery store or something would be for, like, that. You know, one would assume much larger. Yeah. You got the generator magazine from a survivor zombie? Heck yeah. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to get this spot set up enough that I can survive here, like, long term. But I think what we'll probably end up doing as our long-term strategy is once I'm stabilized enough here that we can always roll back here. I don't like that. That makes me unhappy. I don't like a zombie being in the forest right next to my house. This displeases me. And there's another one right there. let's just keep cutting across where we have the narrowest path between here. Because we are very, like, we're tired, we're at excessive exhaustion. I'm not... You're over here somewhere. There you are. Just don't worry about it. It's just gonna take a little time. Don't worry. We're just really giving her a good face massage with the bottom of her shoe. It did start to get awkward after a while, so she finally decided it just wasn't worth it anymore. But you know, we definitely weren't causing direct harm, judging by how many hits it took. We're definitely just making the thing a whole embarrassingly awkward that no one wanted to be involved with it anymore. Not really dead, just pretending. Do you forget whether log walls require sheet or rags? They require rags. Would you try to get that set up soon? Or because you don't have to worry about random zombies? The problem is I can't make doors yet, and I don't expect to be able to make doors anywhere in the short term. So don't get me wrong, building the walls will be an improvement, and I do intend on working on that. We actually only just got axes. It wouldn't be the worst idea for me to take some of those axes to cut down trees to do that. The downside is that's going to be a lot of dedication into time I don't think I really want to put into this location. And the reason I don't really want to put that much effort into this location is if we check our map here real fast. So I'm right here. Now we have the cultist compound is there. There's not really a town there. There's a lot of zombies, but there's not much opportunity. The actual town is like here kind of thing. Which that'll be our first target. I think realistically, we're going to have to live a somewhat nomadic life for when we're pushing. Versus, you know, like, we'll need this area set up so I can come back anytime I need to get weight, check in on the deer. That is one concern that I have with the animals now I think about it, is it kind of does attach you to a physical location. That you need to make sure you do what you got to do to take care of the animals. Go away a while, and then circle back. As you know, like, as you need to get them more food, that kind of thing. We'll see. I don't know how much maintenance the animals are going to need in the long term. That's something we're going to learn. Oh, it's too dark. Gotcha, fair enough. I could just sit on this side instead. That's better. Will you watch 28 Years Later? I don't really have intended to. Okay, then it does make sense, especially since you don't have a car. Yeah, no, when we get a car, that opens up the world a lot. Because then what I can do is I can go from here, I can drive all the way up to wherever that like line is that we start seeing the zombies, park the car, turn it off, fight zombies until we're like getting tapped, pop in the car and back out. Let's see, you've been thinking, it was painful, yes. Would it be feasible to make another base just in case you have to evacuate? I mean, yes, it would be feasible. It's not even a terrible idea. But if you consider the amount of time I'm putting into getting this place set up and I still don't have a door or anything, I would have to effectively duplicate that. Can you put animals in cars? There is a trailer that you can use. There might be a couple of animals, like smaller ones you can shove in the car. But the bigger animals, I think you would need the animal trailer. I've not seen 28 Days Later. To be entirely honest, for as much as I play Project Zomboid, I'm not, like, when I say I'm not big on zombies, I don't mean, like, I'm against zombies or I'm not in, like, it's just not a thing that registers one way or the other with me. They're zombies, they're fine. But, like, I'm not like, oh man, zombies, yeah. It's like, they're zombies, whatever. It's cool. They're enemy number 5. Oh, you couldn't put a rabbit in the car? I was figuring it'd only be like the smaller ones or whatever. I am wondering if that grass grows back in by itself, or like eventually I will have to move them. If you had time, you should watch. It's a good movie. That's kind of the thing, is I really don't watch much in the way of movies. It's not that I don't watch any movies, but I would say in the course of a year I maybe watch a movie or two. So it's pretty seldom I circle back. I would much rather be playing games or, you know, actively participating in a stream or something like that. So I think this is a day to work around the base, because we are in a tropical storm day. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you Sticky Scroat Slime for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, let's see. I'm just gonna say Sticky. Thank you so much, Sticky, for the tier 1 month. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and that was the thing. It's like, look at it, it's like, I'm not going to be reading that out. But thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream so far, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much for that. So let's see. What can we do here to be productive? We can do that. How'd you get the sheep? I went to a place that there were sheep, I put rope on the sheep, and I drug them back home. Okay, we can go here. Oh, that's probably the reason I couldn't make more axes the other day, as I probably got to the point it's too dark. Can animals get zombied? No. In the Project Zomboid lore, only humans can be impacted by the zombie plague. They're the only ones vulnerable to it. And in addition to that, the zombies will not attack animals. They don't see them as food or anything of interest either. Why are you down here? I do feel like we should work on an enclosure for the sheep. Hey. Well, that's in the lore of Project Zomboid, they do allude to another things that might be the source of the zombie plague, but they never verify it. So it is kind of one of those things that you never really do know what the source of the zombie plague is. The same run versus when? This is the same run we were playing yesterday, not the same run we were playing a couple days ago. Everyone knows the Spiffa meat. Yeah, like some of the rumors is one that it was military research because there's a secret military research plays. There's another one that it, is specific, potentially Spiffa was experimenting with some pretty unsavoring things, and maybe that caused it. There was, I think, one with like the university or something like that. Now, it's been a couple days. Yeah, so we do have a clip of it, I believe. But a couple of days ago, I got caught in a helicopter, and that part went fine. We handled the helicopter, no biggie. What ended up happening is I got back to base, and zombies had gotten drugged into the base. But by the time I got home from the helicopter, because it's a pretty late night helicopter, it was super pitch black. And it was just one of those things. Still haven't changed the text. Yeah, let me deal with that real fast. We can go ahead and sit in our chair for a minute. And let me fix my command, because I updated the link, but I forgot to update the text describing what the link points to. We're just going to sit in here and chill in our wonderful weather. So, last death. Edit. We died from zombies winding up in our base when it was too dark to see because of a helicopter. Save. Good enough. That when people go, they're like, okay, here's the context. Let's see. Not sure about 16 times pop, but that base is much easier to reach. Now there are basically no zombies on the path to it. I mean, that would make sense, because that was honestly the sweaty, dangerous part of pushing the secret military base, was there was this, like, really narrow route through the trees in the middle of the woods the whole way there. And it was just kind of one of those things that path leading up to it. Oh, I can make a leather shelter. Oh, right. You know what we could do to be productive? A wooden gate. Ah, okay. So how big is my animal zone? Okay. So, to make my fence and all that, let's go here. Craft. Twist rope. We're gonna start working on is, before I worry about making myself an area, I'm gonna make a area around them. So I'm gonna need a fence and I'm gonna need gates. And judging by this, we can make a log fence, and it's rags and logs. And then we have the gate, which is 5 by 5 there. So let's start with the log fence. So it's 2 logs, 2 cloth. So I've got 9 logs. And this one can be crappy fabric. Yeah, so this is genuinely what a tropical storm is like in real life. So it's just like a bad storm. You got this trees moving around in the background. It's nothing like you see with hurricanes where everything is whipping around. It's just a pretty just generally rough storm. So nothing that's like, oh god, button down the hatches, hope for the best, may we make it to the morning. Like anything that extreme. It's just a generally rough storm. When you get to hurricanes, it get way, way worse. But imagine wildfires in this. I don't think you'll see that ever added, unfortunately. Wait. What? That doesn't open right at all. So I've got this here, which means it should pivot here or here. And it pivots there. It's fine, don't worry about it. Is there any reason you haven't been reading while waiting around, just forgetting? Read what? That's the big thing. Read what? Oh, I have some books, but they're all like level 4 and level 5. So basically, if we're comparing like math and all that, we are on arithmetic, and those books are advanced calculus. Yeah, no, you're all good. That's what's like. It's like, wait, what am I supposed to be reading? Without controlled wildfires out, everything would just burn down in the first place. Yeah, no, it's without controlled wildfire. Yeah, no, in real life, without anyone doing wildfire management, yeah, is the thing. That was the reason I was like, what did they say? Yeah, no, it's all good. But yeah, for those who don't know, like, I actually used to be a world record holder in the game. That I had for a while the highest kill count run ever streamed for a good while. That it was over 135,000 zombies killed in one run, and that was like with harder than apocalypse settings and no mods that screw around with items or anything. Like it was sweaty tryhard things and real big numbers at sweaty tryhard things. That said, that record's been beaten. It's like we're up to like 950 or something thousand that the person who beat my record ended up taking theirs to, and I'm pretty sure it's a forever record. He went off script. I did. Better all behave or I'll go off script again. It's okay, I talked to corporate, and they said I'm supposed to be adding my own personal touch to the script now. Yeah, no, I got you. I didn't see anything that made me go like, you know, be like, oh, how, like, I've had people backseat me pretty hard, and it is one of those things you're like, you don't do the, do you know who I am? But it's kind of like one of those things you also go be like, I'm not trying to say, do you know who I am? But also, you know, like, don't talk. Like, it's one thing when we're getting into, like, finer details about how X, Y, and Z. Like, for example, the poison being a perfect example earlier today. that mushrooms were just working differently. And so it's kind of one of those things that it's like, wait a second, that's not how I remember them working. And it's just they're working differently right now. I think it's a bug, but like that was totally fine. How deep into Build 42, and are you liking it? I've been enjoying it a lot. I've been playing on like really sweaty tryhard settings. So as far as like really exploring the new crafting on a real big depth, I haven't gotten to do that. We have messed with a bunch of it, but I haven't gone like into the weeds, into blacksmithing and clay working and all that. I'd like to, but on our settings, I gotta survive long enough for it. And we've had unfortunate luck because I'm running multiple helicopters. Yeah, no, the power, I'm honestly surprised it's still up. We're in that range that I would Oh, interesting. So we didn't change the settings on it. So I thought when I read 14 days, it meant it would be gone. I guess it's just 0 to 30 days? Then what's the 14-day thing mean? I don't know. I don't really understand the changes to the settings where they added that. But yeah, usually, so your power can last, I don't know about Build 42, but Build 41, your power could last in default settings from 0 to 30 days. And our water went out like day 4 or 5 or something like that. But the power's been holding up alright. Have you heard about the bug where you can swing faster by spamming E? I have not, but I would believe it. I do know one bug I ran into was there was a bug for a really brief period of time. It may still be, and I haven't tested it again. But there was a bug where you could take the gun and aim it, and if you shoved a zombie and started mashing the fire button as fast as you could, it would play the sound effect of the gun firing every time you clicked. And it would sound like a machine gun going. It didn't actually fire, so you weren't getting like a machine gun pistol or anything like that. But it was pretty comical in just being able to make a bunch of noise. That's the kind of bug I wish it'd stay. I feel like they would let that stay if it wasn't for the fact that you could accidentally do it relatively easily when you don't mean to, and it kind of feels bad. Because it is those things that when you're panicked, shoving a zombie, like you're trying to shoot a zombie up close, and so you're like panic shooting at them kind of thing, you shove them, and then you end up doing that sound real fast. And I can see that being pretty jarring. But yeah, so you can tell we can't see like crap out there, which is why we're not fighting or doing anything risky today. You know, I'm imagining with closing that off, at least the sheep won't go running away constantly. I'm honestly surprised this axe hasn't broken. Have you lost any of them? No, I only managed to get 2 so far. There was like 6 or something at that farm, but we've had the helicopter since they showed up. And since the helicopter, they've been kind of like, zombies have scattered a lot wider than they were before. So I've just not been able to go back and properly put in the time. Is this giving me carpentry skill? 11.38? Yes. It's terrible for carpentry. I'm getting like 2 XP per segment, so that's going to be 35 segments before we're level 1, but you know. On the topic of sheep, right away, one of your cows decided to wander into your house outside the animal zone and poop in the hall. Sir, your shirt is outrageous. Thank you. It was a Christmas gift from Tomb. Does anyone lag when they go to West Point and crash? I haven't tried it. If you run into that, keep in mind with West Point very high population settings, when you're in high population areas, it can really be rough performance. You usually don't have to worry about it even at 16 times pop because you don't spawn there, you fight your way in, and therefore you're not actually dealing with all those zombies at the same time, but you get the idea. It can be a thing if you're a lower spec PC where your computer can and cannot handle can be a bit much. Some of the things you can do is try turning off the, well, I mean, zombie corpse shadows shouldn't matter unless you killed them. You can try toning down graphics stuff. I'm not sure how much good you're gonna get out of that, unfortunately. Because most of the things that do become performance issues in your run are usually stuff that require you to have killed a bunch of zombies. Not exclusively, but those tend to be the big ones. You could try turning off the 3D models of items, but it looks pretty rubbish. Yeah, 470 Ti Super, right? Oh yeah, yeah, you shouldn't be having problems with that. Not unless you're sitting on like 2 gigs of RAM or something. But yeah, no, you should be fine. Try turning the population down a lot and just see what happens. See if it still loads, just to basically identify, is it a performance/population issue, and then if so, you can start troubleshooting that, versus is it something with West Point issue that you just spawn in there. You cannot manually change it, so you will, I can't remember, I mean, that's not true. You can manually change what the game experiences, but it's not really that meaningful. That the game is just the way the engine is, can't really take advantage of that much more RAM, with the exception of multiplayer. But for solo, giving the game a bunch more RAM doesn't really make a huge difference. But like I said, I would try just as a test to see if you lower the population and boot into West Point, does it still crash? If yes, then that's something that needs to be dug into. If no, then it is a population thing, which is potentially still something that needs to be dug into, but at least you're narrowing down the potential causes. Which is kind of what the goal of this is. Be like, okay, is it this or that or what? I mean, it doesn't matter. You're gonna get munched on either way. You just wanted to check it out. It spawned me in the motel at West Point, and there were a few zombies outside. Oh, if there's only a few zombies and you're getting crashes? Weird. I haven't tried spawning up there yet this version. Because I've been focused entirely on Echo Creek because it's the new area I don't know. So going someplace in the map I don't know has been really fun and interesting for me. But it means I haven't checked out the changes in Muldrow yet, I haven't checked out West Point yet, I haven't checked out any of that yet. Yeah, no, I would try basically not turning it off, but turning it way down. Just see what happens, see if it still crashes. And if it still crashes, then most likely it's not related to the zombie population. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And from there, like, you know, you can just experiment, figure out, like, okay, if I do this, does it make it better or worse? Try and narrow down the issue. Slowly but surely making a pen. The lack of tools is killing you right now. I know that feeling. Getting that maintenance one so I could finally make hammers and axes is a game changer with what we're doing. Because until we get that, this whole thing is just so rough. Yeah, no, if it's a new run, I would suspect they're not doing that because yeah, I know if you get chickens, rabbits, or rats trapped in an area, they could breed fairly fast. That said, if you started a new game in the last couple of days or whatever, like the first day or two or whatever, they had the issue, but they have fixed it mostly. That the default settings had fastest for the speed at which animals would reproduce. And my understanding with that, with the animals that breed fast, it was just absolutely absurd how fast they could breed. Versus apparently the difference between fast and fastest is ridiculous. Yeah, no, the sheep will stay inside. This whole long area here is considered their zone. They'll stay inside that zone unless something scares them. We've only had the ram walk out here once, which is why I was like, okay, let's go ahead and make that fence. Honestly, even for a tropical storm, this has been pretty mild. Yep. I wanted to make sure the tropical storm was during the stream since we saw the alert for it. Not drag it out. You'll also notice I'm trying to position myself with the cutting down trees to, as best I can, have where the zombies would potentially come from visible. So, like, I'm not worried about the zombies on this side, so I'm putting my back so I can see this gap here. Because it'll be easier for me to run this way if a zombie pops out here. Versus if I'm on this side, cutting this tree that way, and a zombie walks straight through, I have no chance to move. There's still an inherent risk in cutting these trees if I haven't taken the time to clear the area very carefully. But that's also another reason I want to cut these back, is the more we cut the tree line back, the more I don't have to worry about some random zombie getting up close to me without any warning, because I have, like, more of a visible range. I'm actually surprised we're not sleepy. For those who don't know, cutting trees makes you drowsy. Have they fixed the chop down doing double durability from 41? I don't know. I'm still using the first axe, and I've chopped enough trees to build all of that, minus one segment or two segments. So if we are taking double durability, we're still like minimal durability loss happening. Yeah, so get all these trees taken out. Where these trees are bunched up are the really dangerous trees. The more bunched up trees are when you go to cut them, the harder it is to verify you've got an area. Like this area here where you can see it's literally 6 trees solid together. That's kind of your worst case scenario, because no matter where you cut, you've got an area that there could be a zombie technically in there. As your new zombie, you just got into build 42 rate as it came out. You're holed up at a gas station in Diner Echo Creek, trying to fish over a bridge, but you can't figure out the fishing system. All of the guides are outdated, and there's no new videos. Anyone else know about it? I would be surprised we don't have any new videos yet. I'm sure there are a lot of outdated ones that you're probably getting stuck with. I know Allison Adventures is very knowledgeable about fishing. If you can catch Allison Adventures streaming, I know they have been doing a lot of fishing. I haven't had the opportunity because I'm playing on risky, yeah, so you can check out, yeah, so not being like, get out of my channel or anything like that. I do know Allison Adventures, a friend of this channel, does know a lot about the fishing. So that would probably be someone who could give you a much better answer than I could, because unfortunately I have not had the opportunity as of yet, because I'm doing sweaty try-hard stuff. Yeah, thank you for actually giving the name. I'm here, actually, because we're talking about them. That link at the top of your screen. That person can probably answer any questions you got about fishing. Friend of the channel, good people, all that stuff. For those who don't... Excuse me? Do you want to die, sheep? Sheep walked inside the house and immediately pooped. That's a you problem. Nah, it's my pet sheep. We're friends. Do you know how to put bait on? Ooh, that is a good question. Like I said, I'm not trying to pawn you off on someone else. I just know Allison has been doing it, so I don't have any inventory. Ah, okay, so it's one of those issues? Yeah, so War Machine's saying is you have to have the bait in this tab. So not your bag, but this tab here. There are certain things that happens that you have to have it in your main inventory, not a separate inventory. There's not many, but they do exist. And most of them have a reason for it. But even then, it's always one of those weird things. You're like, you know what? I really wish I didn't have to do that. Gotcha, War Machine. Cool, cool. I appreciate it, because like I said, it's not that trying to avoid answering, just can't answer what I don't know. Because I still know the old way of fishing, where you go up to the water and say, fish, go. And it just goes bloop, bloop, bloop. And then you get a bunch of fish in your inventory. Give us a spearfishing minigame? I honestly think, as much as I miss spearfishing, I honestly think it's fine that we don't have it anymore. But I do know a lot of people are sad that spearfishing is gone. But I mean, it's the same thing when they got rid of the foraging. The old foraging was the same kind of people being upset that the old way was gone. Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to be thirsty enough that that's a problem tonight. It's almost midnight. You remember the old days. Yup. Ah, man, old foraging. For those who weren't here for old foraging, the way you did old foraging is you'd walk over here, and I can't remember, you'd like right-click on the ground. I think they finally got rid of it. But you'd have like search or forage would just be a thing on this drop-down. And it wouldn't bring up any of this UI. It'd bring up a little UI. It'd be like, there's 100% abundance left in this area. And you'd click on the button, and your character would just go like this on the ground. And then it would just be a thing where it's like, I found a this, I found a this, I found a this, I found a this, I found a this. Okay, 0 abundance. And like sometimes it'd take a long time for it to go down. It's the exact same thing as spearfishing was, where you just go to the water and just sit there like hitting the water again and again, and the abundance would go down until it's like, you've depleted all the fish here. Exact same mechanic. And they got rid of that. Yeah, the new foraging is much... I mean, yes and no. So, like, the old foraging, you could put your back to something and start foraging and just fast forward and wait, so it could be just as safe. But if you're, like, in the middle of the woods or something where you can't see, yeah, it could get spicy. Like, if you'd want your back to something as best you can, or at least to face the direction you expect threats. Alright. So it's still raining real hard. I don't anticipate it's going to be going away immediately. Honestly, that being an unlimited source of fresh water is real good. So, like, the wells aren't an unlimited source, but the pump jack style wells where you just have, like, the little handle you push to get the water out, the manual pump ones, I guess it makes sense of the Zomboid lore, because the rain coming down is contaminated, which is why, like, lakes and rivers and all that is contaminated water. So it makes sense that your wells, which a lot of them are just exposed. I haven't checked because there's two different graphics for wells. There's one that's just the well, and there's one of the wells with like the little awning thing over top. I wonder if the one with the awning on top is fresh water still. But either way, what is going to end up happening here, chat, though, is it is getting to be about that time. So if you are watching over on YouTube, I'd love to host someone else and, you know, pass you along. Unfortunately, you need to have 1,000 subscribers, and I don't, so I can't do that. So the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you. You know, unless you if you subscribe, you can help me make that a thing in the future. But don't go anywhere if you're here on Twitch, because if you're here on Twitch, we will be raiding out to someone who does good content. I'm getting tired, which is the reason I'm not going long today.